Hey everybody, you are tuning in to the Canary Cry News Talk live stream, pre-stream. Congratulations for getting here. We're going to start the show in just about a minute. Things are going to look a little different today. We're trying out a new setup, so bear with us. Big old congratulations to the Valiant One over on YouTube. Thanks for being here, and congratulations. Now, here's the thing, folks. Remember, visit CanaryCry.Party. That's right. It's a URL. You can go to it. Go to CanaryCry.Party. It'll take you to all the links you need to get more connected with the show. Join the mailing list. You're not going to regret it. Also, follow us in multiple locations, including the backup YouTube channel. Those of you who are relying on Face Like the Sun, it's going to go away soon, so make sure to follow the backup YouTube channel. That is youtube.com/CanaryCryNewsTalk. If you're not doing it, you're going to be so sad someday, and that's all there is to it. All right, folks, we're going to get started just in 2 seconds here. If you have been thinking about producing the show, today would be a great day to jump on in. You could do that by heading over to CanaryCryRadio.com/support. Become a producer. You'll get some very special attention today. All right, everybody, stay hydrated, buckle your seatbelts. Here we go.
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gonz as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy.
You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk.
You're listening to Canary Cry News Talk. Today is July 19th, 2021. This is episode 364. And today, Space Masons. Razzle dazzle. I'm your best buddy, Basil.
And this is Gonz. Welcome to the podcast. I messed that up too. I'm your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ. Welcome to the podcast where we bring you the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events. And for those of you watching, we're trying something a little different with the format. Chat people are pushed down a little bit and less space, but I think you can still see what everyone's saying, and it just gives us a little bit more room to operate and a little bit more of a cleaner presentation in terms of video. But we'll see. If people really hate it, we can go back to our old ways, but I think this is good.
I think we should be bigger. You know, some very powerful, something very powerful about seeing those giant googly eyes as big as possible on the screen. We could bleed up into the article section a little bit. I don't know. I like the look though. It is cleaner. It is clean. Looks good. Chat people, you're gonna have to keep up. But don't worry, Gonz and I will be growing to 10 times our current size. It'll be incredible. Ooh, there we go. Yes, he's doing it live, folks. I like this. No, it just keeps getting better. Oh, you can see how my green screen is a little faulty too when you get that big. That's great.
Yeah.
I do want to give a shout out to downtown Montreal. That's right. Rami says I am blasting this show in downtown Montreal for all the people to hear. So shout out to downtown Montreal. We're glad you're here. And we're making it happen.
All right. Montreal.
All right.
Have you ever been to Montreal?
No.
Oh.
I've been to Toronto. That's the only place in Canada I've been. Toronto, and then somewhere in the northern part.
You may have triggered the Montrealians.
Are you aware of some sort of family feud going on?
No, I don't, but I don't know. Maybe there is one.
You're just making it up.
I'm just making it up.
Okay,
yep.
Sounds good. I know the feeling. Well, what are we going to start with here?
Let's see. Let's look at the notes here. Sorry, I'm a little distracted because of the technology, not just the new template here on the live video feed, but also just technology quirks and things don't work. You leave things as they are, and then you come back, you turn on a computer, and all the routing is messed up. You know,
the gremlins.
Yeah. I think it was Brian Stelter from CNN. I don't know if you've seen this clip, Basil, but Michael Wolff was recently on. I'm going to play the entire thing here, the 2-minute exchange or 2-minute and 18-second exchange on reliable sources with Brian Stelter. It's making the rounds. And for those of you watching, I did edit the video and use a little bit of zoom effect for emphasis on Brian's beautiful bald face head thing there.
Okay.
Here it is.
And that's what Trump does. He has spent most of his administration seeing people on television and immediately calling them.
But maybe that's how it works sometimes,
I don't want you to think...
Is that how it works? That's how you get access?
But I don't want you to think that what I said at that point was in any way inauthentic. I think the media has done a terrible job on this. I think you yourself... you're a nice guy. You're full of sanctimony. You become part of one of the parts of the problem of the media. You come on here and you have a monopoly on truth. You know exactly how things are supposed to be done. You are one of the reasons people can't stand the media. I'm sorry.
You're cracking me up.
It's your fault.
So what should I do differently, Michael?
Don't talk so much. Listen more. People have genuine problems with the media. The media doesn't get the story right. The media exists in its own bubble.
That's true. I agree.
You got to stop. I mean, that last segment that I just had to listen to of all of the people saying the same old stuff. Also, you're incredibly repetitive. It's week after week. I mean, you're the flip side of Donald Trump. Fake news, and you say virtuous news. There's
we just figure out what is real.
I mean,
I'm listening.
Well, figuring out what is real is not so easy, and right. Most people don't want to turn to Brian Stelter to tell us what's real. I'm sorry.
Well, then why'd you bother coming on CNN a few times this week?
I'm a book salesman.
Michael, I love talking to you. I'm grateful you came on. And I guess let's do it again in 4 years.
There you go. That was all kinds of fun. I mean, we don't have to dissect it, but it was just...
Well, I mean, there's just a couple of things to note. I mean, number one, you could tell Michael Wolff was really thrown off when you could hear Stelter. How do you say his name?
Stelter.
Seltzer. I'm going to call him Seltzer. When Seltzer, he's doing his little laugh thing, which again, it's kind of a milieu. It's like a Kamala nervous laugh thing that he's doing. Which, hey, you know what? It's good vibes. That's fine. But you could tell Michael Wolff was not ready for him to ask the question, "What could I do better?" And he doesn't start out by asking the question. He almost starts defending himself, but catches himself, which I thought was very good of Stelter to do, because once in a while, I'd say a couple times a year, somebody makes it onto a news network and will lambast the mainstream media. And then the anchor usually gets mad and defensive, and it's just not fun. I don't think it's good for ratings either. But Stelter did a great job of avoiding that. Avoid getting defensive, ask what I could do better. And you could tell Michael Wolff was totally put on the back foot by that. It's like, oh my gosh, I did not think I would get this far in the rant. I thought they would cut me off. That would be it. But no, now I actually have to answer this question. Yeah, which he did okay.
I was going to say his comeback of stop talking so much was great, and then listen more. And then, of course, Brian, sitting there going, I'm listening. He wanted to come back, but he's like, oh, he just told me to listen more, so I'm listening, like very condescending. But also Michael Wolff selling his book Landslide: The Final Days of the Trump Presidency. This is interesting because he's not like a pro-Trump guy. It's fascinating to watch the media now where it's almost like the left agenda is eating itself, because they were all unified against Trump, and now that Trump's gone, this guy wasn't railing on CNN before, was he?
No, but the left is kind of known for that. They're much quicker to cannibalize their own colleagues than the right are. That's the one thing the right has had over the past few years that the left hasn't, has been more or less a unified front. But that's just what it is. I do want to give a shout out to Knowledge 2020 in the chat. Brian Stelter is a baby George Costanza on Seinfeld. That you nailed it. Yes, he's exactly that. He's a baby-faced George Costanza.
Yeah, a lot of bald power going on here. Michael Wolff, bald look. Stelter, shamelessly bald look.
Well, there's nothing wrong with having the bald look.
I'm not saying I didn't say there was anything wrong. I just said a lot of bald power.
There. Gosh, bald power. I don't think you can say bald power.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Am I going to be canceled against?
You think a shaved head and the word power after it does not have some sort of cultural reference that somebody? I'm not saying you'll get canceled. I'm just saying, anywho, these. What was I going to say? Oh, and there's some extra theater to it on CNN because for the most part, the not entirely brainwashed left, they are aware that CNN is basically the Fox of the left, where it's not necessarily the most reliable. You'll get the message across. If you're looking for just like the hardline mainstream narrative, you'll get it from CNN. But most of the people who lean left that I know are not necessarily your Democrat NPC per se. Sure. They're not just the drones of which there are many.
It feels like these folks really only exist on social media, or maybe they're just cooped up in cities or something. But yeah, I haven't met a whole lot of people that are really, the defenders of CNN and the left and all that. It's very CNN, strange.
Yeah, there are not as many drones, left drones who take CNN at their word. Now, the sort of I don't know, I don't even know a good name for them. The thinking Democrats or people on the left or whatever, progressive, they do still watch CNN, but this is a nice little hat tip to the mainstream media hating left. I think that's what this was. And you see this happen on purpose. They've done it on Fox as well, where they just want to make those who do not unabashedly trust the mainstream media, they still want them to feel safe and welcome watching these networks. And so on one hand, it's kind of fun to hear people lambast the mainstream media on the mainstream media, but it is also just a tactic to keep viewers on.
Yeah, and we don't subscribe to any side of the right-left paradigm here, but it's something to point out when the left are eating each other. It is entertaining, I must say. Yeah. And all to sell books. And you know what? Part of it, too, this Michael Wolff guy, he knew that this could go viral by going after Stelter. And there you go. He might sell some books because it did. You got a couple million views of this clip of him just, railing on CNN and all that. Good PR move, if anything else.
There you go. Buy my book.
Buy my book. I'm just a book salesman. Shameless. All right.
Well, let's get into the show and check in with Flippy.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
I'm just teasing it. Just teasing,
Okay. Well, for those who are new to the show or might be listening for the first time, Flippy is the colloquial name for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. We use checking in on Flippy as a way to explore all the new, fun, and exciting ways that robots are taking over the world and how there's nothing we can do about it. And that's right, Gons. The tease is correct because we've got another space Flippy. Flippy's in space. This is coming from DoDoFinance.com. And the headline, is European robotic arm finally launched into space after 16 years. And it reads like this. It was already completed in 2005, but it was only this month that the European robotic arm ERA will finally make its way to the International Space Station, ISS, where it is used on the Russian part of the ISS for inspection, handling of large objects, and the movement of astronauts during spacewalks. Philippe Schoonegans of the European Space Agency was, quote, disappointed when he learned on July 1st that the Russian launch of the European robotic arm was again to be postponed. At the ESA S-Tech Technology Center in Nordwijk, a press meeting had already been scheduled at which Mona Kaiser, State Secretary for Economy and Climate, and astronaut Andrei Kuipers would be present. But now everything seems suddenly in limbo, and this because of a reckless blunder of the Russians, as a result of which some sensors were not provided with the necessary thermal insulation. Fortunately, it soon became apparent that there was only a 6-day delay. ERA will now launch on July 21st. The Russians almost botched this European space arm launch. Project leader Schoonegans has been working on the robotic arm for 35 years. 35 years this man has been working on this robotic arm. Since 1986, when the device was designed for use on board the European space shuttle Hermes. The Hermes project was scrapped, but a new definitive destination was eventually found for ERA, the Nauka module. Russian for science. Okay.
All right.
Which was to be docked to the International Space Station in 2007. Confusingly, ESA calls the module MLM, the multi-purpose lab module. However, a seemingly endless series of technical setbacks has repeatedly delayed the launch of Nauka and therefore ERA. Quote, always for a maximum of 1 year, says Schoonegans, quote, so that there was never a possibility of making any changes to the design. This design is somewhat reminiscent of an elbow joint with 2 forearms attached, both ending in a sort of grabbing hand. By using these 2 hands, in air quotes, allows the device to move outside the module from one point of engagement to another. Although Nauka only has 3 basis points, the reach of the ERA is therefore much wider than with a fixed arm. According to the robotics technician Ludwig Aris, it can only reach the Russian storage module Rassvet and the very first ISS Zarya module Dawn. So the article goes on and on and on and on. But long story short, Gons, this 35-year-old robotic arm is finally set to launch in 2 days, which means the FLIPPY roster in space will go up to 3. We've got Canadarm2, we've got the Chinese robotic arm, and now we will have the European arm. I'm looking for some of the stats. Did you see the stats on this arm? Since
I haven't.
Of course, we're part of why we track the robot arm in space is because we know that inevitably there will be a war between the robotic arms, and it seems like the Europeans built this one for Russia. So I don't know if we should count this as a Russian arm or if we should count it as a European arm. I mean, the Russian arm is a better sort of narrative for the lineup. You've got Canada, China, and Russia all arm wrestling for dominance in space. Let's see here.
Where's the U.S. arm? Where's the over-the-top Sylvester Stallone arm?
It's Canada. See, Gons, it's not all about the U.S., man. So we can let other American or other countries in North America take some credit and do some of the work. And that's why we're very proud of Canada Arm 2. What's up, Montreal, downtown Montreal, Canada Arm 2. We appreciate your robotic arm in space, and we support you against the European arm and the Chinese arm. Let's see here. I found some stats on ERA. Has an average power consumption, can handle objects up to 8 tons.
Wow.
Okay. All right.
I thought things were weightless up there.
You know, that is a constant point of contention when talking about these arms. You know,
I mean, maybe
Why
it can lift. It could lift 8 tons on Earth, and then so it goes into space, and it could also lift 8 tons without gravity. I don't know, man.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they're missing some.
Here's where ERA does have something over Canadarm 2 and China's arm. Is ERA has 2 hands. Yeah. So I don't know.
Is it 2 arms or just like 2 hands popping out of an arm?
2 hands on one arm.
Like if you stick both your arms through a sleeve, like one sleeve of a sweatshirt.
Yeah,
you got like 10 fingers.
Exactly right. Yeah, you get it. Well, I mean, there's not a lot of great images. They only have like
because it's not real, Basil. It's all made up.
Image. Oh, it's
This
propaganda.
is all CGI, fake
European propaganda.
Guy who made or was working on Hermes Trismegistus. The Greek or the Egyptian version of the Greek, the Greek version of the Egyptian god Thoth or Toth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
did a whole episode on that like 8 years ago. Yeah. Anything else?
No.
Speaking of space.
Oh.
Space. Wanna go to space?
Tomorrow. Big day. Tomorrow will be
the day.
It's the day. It'll be Bezos' turn to launch into space, allegedly, in his little capsule there. This is Bloomberg opinion. Branson versus Bezos. Who really wins this space race?
That's the question we're all bored with.
I know, who cares? Somebody made a really good point. I think it was Dan Dix. If you know Dan Dix and some of the reporting he's done on the streets, but he was talking about how, I think Branson made it like it was well under a percentage of the way to where allegedly the moon is, like 250 million miles or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And he brought up the point like, hey, billionaires can barely get to less than 1% of the way to the moon when they go into space, quote unquote. But we got there in the 60s in like a tinfoil bag or something.
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
Yeah,
I think modern billionaires should have enough money to at least get to the moon if the whole thing was real.
The assumption that they were trying to get to the moon. They're not even
I know they're not trying. I know they're not trying, but why not? Why not try?
Because there's no money to be made.
You're a you can mine the moon.
There's nothing on the moon, Gons. It's
not that you're being told about. If there is something up there, then you're not being told. Gons. We're not learning it in our elementary school.
You're one of those conspiracy theorists.
Nazi bases on the dark side. That's what I say. All right. So this article says here, within the next fortnight, this is a couple weeks old, and we won't go through the whole thing here. 2 of the Earth's wealthiest individuals attempt to fly into space. Richard Branson's flight on Sunday, which we already saw, and then Bezos on the 20th. It's taken a couple of decades for both men to realize their ambition of going into space. Blue Origin was founded in 2000. Virgin Galactic.
Why are you up-talking this entire article?
Because people are bored with it. I know people don't care.
Just read it regular. I am curious. I did not read this article before the show, so read it to me.
All right. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah.
Oh, my gosh.
They're jostling to be first, smacks of billionaire bravado. Yet the spectacle is unmissable. If seeing Earth's majestic curvature inspires better care of this planet, then I'm all for rich folks taking a joyride into space at around $250,000 a ticket to fly with Virgin Galactic. This remains a rich person's pastime. And if Branson and Bezos' space odyssey inspires even a handful of kids to attempt hard things, so much the better. I just hope nobody feels ill. Branson is planning to live stream his trip, which he did. But you had problems with his speech. You thought it was a little bit underwhelming.
It was lame. He didn't put enough time into the speech as he should have.
While there's symmetry in billionaires blasting off within days of each other, Branson and Bezos have followed quite different technical paths, and they've done so with remarkably different budgets. They can't even agree on what technically counts as space. Where is space? Where Earth's atmosphere ends and space begins is far more ambiguous than you might expect. Even the billionaires don't agree. And there's a little chart here that shows a little ball Earth here, and then it's got the little space here. The International Space Station orbits around 250 miles above the sea level.
They're talking about the Kármán line. They're trying to figure out. Yeah.
Right. So Virgin Galactic went to about 55 miles altitude. Blue Origin, it says Blue Origin typically reaches a height of 66 miles above sea level. Way more. And I like the little sub note under the little thing here, graph thing. Earth is not to scale.
No, it is not.
That is definitely for the flat earthers. They're like, whoa, man, look at the curvature. It doesn't make sense, man. How's that 50 miles, man?
Earth is not to scale.
Bezos is adamant that space begins at the internationally recognized Kármán line, some 62 miles above sea level. It's about 100 kilometers. Blue Origin typically reaches an apogee of around 66 miles. By contrast, Virgin Galactic flies at an altitude of around 55 miles, thereby surpassing the 50-mile mark at which U.S. military pilots are awarded their astronaut wings. For what it's worth, I don't think this matters. Bezos' New Shepard rocket takes off and lands vertically, whereas Virgin Galactic's spaceflight system comprises a rocket ship that detaches from a carrier aircraft at around 45,000 feet.
We know all this.
That's what I was saying. You already know this, and you wanted me to read it to you.
Well, you brought the article. Why are we reading it?
Here's something I am curious about. Is Bezos' New Shepard, are they going to be in the rocket when it lands vertically?
No, that is one. It's interesting. I've seen a few reports from mainstream media, and nobody seems to understand this. Bezos has a more traditional rocket design where it's got a capsule on the end, and the rocket will disconnect from the capsule and land separately, and then the capsule will parachute down. Recently in the mainstream, they've been calling it an escape capsule.
That's what I've seen too.
Yeah, it's not an escape capsule. It's just a redesign of all the rockets that have ever been sent up. It's the capsule. Holds the people, disconnects, and then parachutes down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. I mean, I just, getting people hyped for tomorrow's big day of the Bezos launch there. But there's something a little bit more interesting, I think, when it comes to space. And I've been saying this for years. I mean, I think the first time I said it must have been 2014-ish or something, maybe even before that. But, I know some people don't even believe space exists. And, I don't know. I'm kind of agnostic about what is up there. But in terms of the understood, like the currently understood mainstream, your body as it is now cannot go up there and just survive, right? You need a spacesuit or a spaceship, or you need something to protect you, which means it's not
just from no oxygen or whatever, but also the vacuum and also radiation being a huge problem.
Okay, so just objectively, without all this technology, our bodies are not meant to be up there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. And this is where CRISPR comes in.
You can't take the CRISPR. You can't take the CRISPR. Cas9.
I've often said that the whole space thing is just an excuse to start gene manipulation.
Yeah.
And according to AmicoHoops.net, space, a NASA scientist has already altered human DNA to help us survive on other planets.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Do you want to read the article? It's not very long.
Yeah, sure. You mean me? You want me to read it?
Yes, I want you to read it.
Oh my gosh, wants me to read it. If humans want to colonize other planets, we will have to adapt our bodies to handle the harsh conditions we encounter in these strange new worlds. A NASA scientist has already taken the first step on this path. Chris Mason, dun, 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 a geneticist at Cornell University in New York, who was the principal investigator on NASA's Twin project to measure the effect of space travel on the human body, has already experimentally altered the human genes for spaceflight. As part of his research on metagenomes that allow NASA astronauts to establish the molecular underpinnings and genetic defenses to enable human long-term space travel, Professor Mason added DNA from nearly ineradicable tardigrades. Whoa! To create a superhuman hybrid cell. Tardigrades, the wormicorns, are back in play, baby. Interesting. So human tardigrade chimeras.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yep.
Little tardigrades are the toughest creatures on Earth. We know that. He chose a specific gene called DISP that protects DNA from the kind of damage astronauts suffer on long space flights. Quote, in my lab, we have now permanently integrated DISP into a human genome and a new cell line in our lab, he told New Scientist. Quote, we can achieve up to an 80% reduction in DNA damage compared to unmodified cells when we fire intense radiation at those cells. Oh, so specifically the radiation problem.
There you go.
Professor Mason firmly believes that humanity has a responsibility to adapt through a responsibility to he's a technocrat all the way, baby, to adapt through genetic modification if necessary to ensure the survival of our species. In his new book, in the blah blah blah, another book advertisement. This is interesting. Of course, we've spent so much time talking about tardigrades. They're basically our second mascot. They're wormicorns. We now have tardigrades thanks to the Israelis. We have tardigrades loose on the moon. And, of course, these little guys, these little microscopic little bugs are immune. They're basically indestructible. They shot them out of a cannon. They survived. They survive in volcanoes under the water. They survive freezing temperatures. They survive in space. They survive on the moon. So what better of a perfect chimera to create when you are trying to create superhuman space humans? And mix that with one of the biggest problems, especially for space and moon landing skeptics, which is the Van Allen belt, the belt of intense radiation between us and the moon that seems almost impossible to cross. In fact, NASA in recent years has said, "Oh, we can't go to the moon right now."
I know. It's crazy.
We lost the technology from 1969 that allowed us to cross the Van Allen belt, which is total hogwash. Hogwash in many different respects. Perhaps we never had the technology, but the fact that we just misplaced it would be just another thing on the list of suspicious events that happened after the moon landing. But yeah, I mean, who needs radiation shielding if you're half human, half tardigrade? It sounds like the perfect solution. Gons, what's the problem?
Well, he goes on in the article here. He goes on to describe how he describes how gene editing tools like CRISPR could help future astronauts survive long-term effects of cosmic radiation in deep space and allow colonists to thrive on the moon, Mars, and possibly, period.
Thrive, not just survive, Gons. Thrive.
The largest planet, Saturn, Titan moon. Who wrote this?
Titan moon.
Really bad.
Can you imagine
grammar.
being a space colonist? Look, we all think it sounds cool, but you get sent up. You're in a tiny little capsule. You're eating astronaut food. It's disgusting. It's cramped. You're half tardigrade now, so you get, you're feeling weird. You're up on the moon with like one or two other people who are stinky, and you're just hating life. and you just turn to each other and you say, wow, this is just a really incredible experience. I'm so glad we got away from that beautiful, lush planet called Earth. But we are really thriving. Isn't this just, we're at the peak of our human potential.
And he warns, this is Chris Mason, that experimenting with the human genome is not without risks. Quote, every time you add a gene to an existing biological system, you can bring about unexpected changes. We can see mutations or other changes arise in the regulation of gene expression. There may also be a risk of cancer. Therefore, you must have proper supervision over all this type of work. End quote. But he confidently predicts that within the next 10 to 20 years, these problems will be overcome, even one day allowing astronauts to, quote, turn on additional protective genes and when needed, and turn them off when their mission is complete. He adds that genetic modification is not just for humans. He predicts that the first step in making Mars habitable for settlers will be to introduce genetically modified bacteria into the soil to alter the planet's atmosphere. According to Professor Mason, genetically modified animals could one day participate in a space mission as a food source or even just as pets. A NASA scientist has already altered human DNA to help survive on other planets. This is written really strangely, but
written by an AI.
Yeah. I just checked out this Christopher Mason guy. You know, we've talked about the Freemasons many times on here and on the Face Like This on channel, and especially some of their connections to occult ideologies and worldview. So Cornell, being one of the Ivy League schools, they have a little photo of him here, and Christopher E. Mason and all his qualifications: associate professor, director, World Quant Initiative for Quantitative Prediction Physiology and Biophysics Field, Family Brain and Mind Institute for Computational Biomedicine. Sounds really fancy. And you go through here, and it talks about some of what he's doing with functional genomics, novel techniques, and next-generation sequencing, algorithm for tumor evolution, genome evolution, DNA and RNA modification, algorithms for epigenome engineering, international standards for clinical quality genome measurement editing, and the metagenomes for NASA astronauts to establish molecular foundation and genetic defenses. Okay. And distinctions. The National Institute of Health has awarded this man transformative R01 award. I don't know what that is, but of course the NIH probably has what's his name? Dr. Francis Collins maybe has a song about it.
Perhaps.
Little folk song.
If you think about it, creating a human tardigrade chimera to launch into space is the ultimate gain-of-function research.
It is. And I think that's part of the narrative that's interesting here with all the COVID stuff going on and the genetics and the CRISPR and, the disease and all this. The bigger play, and I've said this since the beginning, we've both mentioned it, CRISPR is going to play a big role in the whole vaccine and, the virus in general, and just altering our genetics for protection. That's going to be a big narrative too. And if you go to the website, masonlab.net, you have this cool
Mason Lab,
cool looking homepage with some people on laptops and moving lights,
stock imagery.
I don't know. It might be some people in the lab. I got some. I don't know. Anyway, and you mentioned it. You read it in the thing, but the Mason Laboratory is working on a 10-phase, 500-year plan for the survival of the human species on Earth and space and other planets. Who else has long-term agendas? I'm asking you. You
the Chinese.
Well, yeah, the Chinese too. But I mean, we talk about all occultists and, a lot of these esotericists. Yeah. Their agendas go much longer than their own lives.
Oh, yeah. I thought we were assuming that the Mason Lab was included in that group.
No, they are. I'm just saying that it's consistent with such ideologies and worldviews. And it's one of those things where this guy's name is Mason, and there's some people might dismiss it as like, oh, it's just coincidence, and maybe it is. But I would argue there's some kind of, if it is a coincidence, then there's some kind of spiritual imprint there that just is revealing itself to us.
Sigger the Beast, Sir Sigger the Beast, sent a little thing in the chat here. It looks like he did some research on that transformative R01 award. And it's this, reads like this: supports exceptionally innovative or unconventional research projects, so unconventional, with the potential to create or overturn fundamental paradigms.
There you go.
Ooh.
There you go.
Paradigm shifting award here.
Well, and just to wrap up this little section on space and everything, I always bring it back to this passage because I think it's very interesting. Obadiah 1, it says here, starting at verse 2, "Behold, I will make you small among the nations." This is God speaking to Edom, but I think it has some prophetic undertones. "I will make you small among the nations. You will be deeply despised. The pride of your heart has deceived you, O dwellers in the clefts of the rocks, whose habitation is the heights, who say in your heart, who can bring me down to the ground? Though you soar like the eagle and make your nest among the stars, even from there I will bring you down, declares the Lord." So
bring you down.
He's he's already declared judgment on those who nest among the stars. And so whatever you think is up there, I don't know, man. Wouldn't go against God's word. That's just my opinion. But there you go.
Masons in space. There's just a little sound clip for you, Gons.
Intro tag, yeah.
Put some echo on that sucker, some reverb. That'll be great.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think it's time we move into the WACCINE pandemic special.
WACCINE.
A pandemic special.
Okie dokie. We're going to start out from Algora.com. This is Algora blog.
Yes,
this
I know.
Is a blog.
I know.
This is not mainstream news. What are you doing to this show? You're sabotaging us.
Well, I'm bringing a news story about a lawsuit that is making the rounds in the alt news realm because I'm a little skeptical of the whole thing. And
now, there is no mainstream story about this?
I haven't.
It's only available on a blog?
I looked. I think once it gets, I don't know, either torn down or something, there will be more on it. But it was just breaking stuff in terms of alt media last night. But I couldn't really find much on it.
Okay. Well, I will give the disclaimer here. We focus, this show is focused on bringing the mainstream news into focus, analyzing it, deconstructing it, tracking the mainstream narratives. We do not make a habit of bringing random blogs into, we generally believe that, bringing just random blog posts from anybody posting blogs, it dilutes the type of thing we're trying to do on this show, and it just confuses the whole thing. But apparently we have a story here that cannot be found other places.
Here's why I did it too, and we'll get into some of the. Do you want me to play the clips first and then get into the story, because that might give it context?
Sure, yeah, Well, we definitely need context.
Okay, so.
So we do, first of all, say we don't necessarily condone or support this blog.
No.
But okay.
No. Okay, so this guy named Thomas Lenz, an attorney based in Ohio, came out and said this, I guess a few days ago.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you what a woman who has incredible courage, who we're calling Jane Doe for right now, she gave me some information. She's an insider. She's a whistleblower. We're submitting to federal court today based on a sworn declaration. Under threat of perjury, this woman attested to this, and she is an expert. We know, based on what she said, that there have been at least 45,000 deaths from this vaccine. and I cannot wait to sue you over and over again.
There you go. He came out and said there's a CDC whistleblower that says 45,000 people have died from the vaccine. And then there was another show. I don't know the name of the show here or the hosts here, but they do a quick interview with not even an interview, just a guy, a doctor gets brought in, and this was making the rounds last night on social media.
We're back here with Dr. Brian Hars. We did an interview with him, and he wasn't able to release the numbers at 3 o'clock. So 3 o'clock today, right here in Anaheim.
What happened, Brian? As confirmed today by Thomas Renz, that just filed federal papers in a lawsuit against the government. 45,000 confirmed dead from the COVID-19 shots within 3 days so far, and they've covered it up. 45,000. The VAERS data is only reported 11,000, but there's 11 different report systems into the government. One of them alone has 45,000 that they have not released or told you. And Thomas Renz has got the paperwork, has the whistleblower, has a sworn affidavit, and they're actually already filed a lawsuit today.
It's not a game.
Stay tuned. It's disgusting. And now they want to push on every child, and they've passed a law that by September of this year, by the fall, they will be able to vaccinate every 5-year-old in America before they go to school. 45,000 confirmed dead from one reporting system.
So those are the claims that are making the rounds, and objectively, there's not really that much info on it. I did some digging. I was digging last night. I don't know what government thing they're talking about. Is it just not public, maybe? I mean, I would like for it. It's one of those things where it's like, I hope it's not true. The 45,000 people have died from the vaccine. Yeah. But it feels like disinfo, feels like a COINTELPRO type of campaign to really discredit the anti-vax community.
Okay, did they put a timeline on this? What are we looking at? We have a random nameless whistleblower. They didn't name the reporting system. They didn't name any
that's what I'm saying.
There.
It's really strange. And in terms of Thomas Renz, his track record isn't that great. This is OhioCapitalJournal.com. COVID deniers drop lawsuit against health department. Their $130,000 legal fund remains. And this is from March. So this isn't the first time they've sued government. A citizen group called Ohio Stands Up dropped its lawsuit against the Ohio Department of Health after alleging the state's orders to slow the spread of COVID-19 amounted in, quote, absolute tyranny. The group of plaintiffs is comprised of 8 Ohioans, including Ohio Board of Education member Kirsten Hill, who baselessly alleged that COVID-19 is no more dangerous than the flu.
Baselessly.
And state government,
the
quote,
magic word.
Yeah, state government, quote, knowingly concealed and covered up, end quote, the data that proves it. The suit is rife with conspiracy theorizing, inaccuracies, and distortions surrounding COVID-19. In its lawsuit, Ohio Stands Up asked a judge to overturn all COVID-19 health orders and award $75,000 in damages to each plaintiff. In a filing last month, U.S. District Judge James Carr found the group failed to satisfy a legal rule requiring plaintiffs to provide a plain statement explaining their argument. He ordered them to explain themselves by March 5th. He also described the group's filing as nearly, quote, incomprehensible, and some of the supporting evidence as, quote, dubious provenance and admissibility. So we can go on here, but that's the track record of this guy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, what you just mentioned, I don't want to throw out the babies with the bathwater.
Of course.
So he tried bringing a suit before. The judge found that they were unable to clearly state what their case was, what their complaint was, and then was also, I guess, he was confused, or at least claims to be confused with the entire filing. So, of course, it's not out of the realm of possibility that this judge just didn't want to deal with it and just didn't let it happen. Yeah. Okay. So they've tried and haven't been successful so far. Now, is there going to be more information in this article? Maybe they list the the sources and maybe some more of the specifics. The problem that I have, and I am sensing you have also, is the lack of specifics made available.
Yeah.
I mean, because we do know the VAERS database has upwards of 9,000.
It's like 11,000, I think.
11,000 now. Yes, that's the thing with numbers; they just keep growing. So 11,000 deaths or adverse event reports. And we did, and included in the VAERS story, we have the Harvard team who came in and said, oh, the VAERS database is only collecting about 1% of things. So, VAERS alone has a lot of really compelling, there's a very compelling case to just go off the VAERS database. This guy claims that there's multiple data. What did he say? 4 or 5, 11? How many?
He said 11 or something. 11. Yeah.
Reporting things, and he didn't name any of them. No. All right, let's check this blog, what this blog says. Dr. Peter McCullough, whistleblowers inside CDC, claims injections have already killed 50,000 Americans. The most highly cited physician on the early treatment of COVID-19 has come out with an explosive new video that blows the lid off the medical establishment's complicity in the unnecessary deaths of tens of thousands of Americans. Dr. Peter McCullough said these deaths have been facilitated by a false narrative bent on pushing an all-new, unproven vaccine for a disease that was highly treatable. He said COVID was a bioweapon and the vaccines represent phase 2 of that bioweapon. Quote, as this, in a sense, bioterrorism phase was rolled out, it was really all about keeping the population in fear and in isolation and preparing them to accept the vaccine, which appears to be phase 2 of a bioterrorism operation. McCullough said in a June 11th webinar with German attorney Rainier Fulmick and several other doctors. He noted, quote, both the respiratory virus and the vaccine delivered to the human body the spike protein, the gain-of-function target of this bioterrorism research. Most of McCullough's comments come in the first 10 minutes of the video below. Oof, 10 minutes. We've been following the spike protein thing, and the most interesting of the spike protein confirmed science coming from the Salk Institute, saying and the Salk Institute, a pro-vaccine, pro-mainstream health narrative organization, came out with studies, legit studies, peer-reviewed and everything, that the spike protein is its own sort of dangerous molecule. So let's keep moving. Quote, now I can't come out and say all this on national TV today or at any time, he continued. But what we had learned over time is that we could no longer communicate with government agencies. We actually couldn't even communicate with our propagandized colleagues in major medical centers, all of which appear to be under a spell, almost as if they are hypnotized right now. He did not hold back in his criticism of his colleagues in the medical community. Quote, and good doctors are doing unthinkable things like injecting biologically active messenger RNA that produces this pathological spike protein into pregnant women. I think when the doctors wake up from their trance, they're going to be shocked to think what they've done to people. McCullough is a professor of medicine. Okay, so this doesn't seem to talk about the legal actions being taken.
Well, this is from a month ago. So this is from a month ago. That's why I had stuff highlighted in here. So you didn't have to read the whole blog, but you wanted to. So.
Well, excuse me. First of all, if you're gonna do this live on air, no,
I'm just kidding. I'm just joking.
You had anything highlighted?
Okay, well I did. I'm sorry I didn't tell you.
I don't even want to.
Okay, fine. Stop reading it then. Stop reading it. I have stuff highlighted for you. Okay.
Okay.
What right here. Quote: we have now a whistleblower inside the CMS, and we have 2 whistleblowers in the CDC. We think we have 50,000 dead Americans, 50,000 deaths. So we actually have more deaths due to the vaccine per day than certainly the viral illness so far. It's basically propagandized bioterrorism by injection. That's his quote by McCullough.
Okay.
That's it. He stated this a month ago, and now there's some kind of lawsuit based on, is this the same whistleblower? I don't know. Here's my point with all this. And the reason why I brought all this together here was because I'm concerned that all of this is just meant as a discredit campaign, like a way to discredit anybody who is anti-vax, because people are really amped about this, and the alt crowd is really amped about this, and we share some of these sentiments in terms of the concerns, but it's another thing to post. It's one thing to post it on social media. It's another to file a lawsuit. And if you file a lawsuit and there's nothing there, or at least it gets taken down or torn down, if you don't have your ducks in a row, then you will be discredited, and it will become fuel to discredit anybody who questions even more, because they will have the ammunition of, these crazy people took it to court with no data, or at least data that is, publicly viable. Yeah. And so it's just a way to discredit everybody. So it makes me totally.
The worst part about it is bringing these sorts of cases to court, and obviously they have not given any of the relevant details in this blog, which I guess, sure, maybe they're saving it for court. That could cause some sort of problem if you put it out all on a blog before bringing it to court. But there's no actual details, and what it does if you bring it to court and it gets thrown out is it sets precedent, and now you have a precedent-setting legal activity going on that could hinder any legit court proceedings in the future. Once precedent is set for throwing out these types of cases, it's going to totally sabotage any future cases that may be more legit than this. Now, we have no details of this one, so we can't really speak on that. But yeah, and this is part of, talking about the COINTELPRO discreditation of the non-mainstream narratives. You see this with Trump's legal action as well, where it's sort of used to get people all riled up. But the way that they go about it in legal proceedings, they don't file it in the right district. They file it in Florida when it needs to be filed in California. And it just totally is I don't know. It does scream COINTELPRO, or at least some sort of intelligence operation to collapse the alternative narrative from the inside out.
And I think it's very dangerous for people that are skeptical to see something like this and go, I knew it, and kind of be stoked about 45,000 people dying. You know what I mean? That's a little sick too. And people can point that out.
That is a weird side of it too, because like you kind of mentioned earlier when you were bringing it up, is like, no, of course we're not stoked about 45,000 people dying from the vaccine if it is true. But then, it does put sort of alternative narrative thinking people in a weird place where they kind of are hoping that is true, that 45,000 people died of the vaccine, which is a really weird, twisty way to do it.
That's why I think it's somewhat of a psyop here. And I'm not saying the people involved here aren't genuine. Like maybe this Thomas Renz guy really, he really wants the truth out there, but it's just sloppy, and I hope there's justice, and ultimately, you can hold on to the truth that there is justice in the eternal sense, that all this will come to light, and it's not something we can necessarily figure out in our lifetimes, maybe even. But I don't know. It frustrated me, and part of bringing this blog is I guess just an example of the frustration with this story. There is no mainstream, and I know we typically break down mainstream, but I think eventually the mainstream will pick this up one way or another, whether it be for, total discrediting of these people and, with it, everybody else that is skeptical or unvaxxed or whatever, because we've seen that's the ramping up, right? The unvaccinated people, it's a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
Right.
That's the big agenda right now with the mainstream, whatever. So for this to come out now the timing of it is very interesting for a lawsuit, especially since this article is a month old. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on exactly. I hope the truth gets out there. I hope 45,000 people haven't actually died. But if they have, I really hope there's justice. But in the meantime, it's like we have to look at this stuff and approach it with a critical mind, because, you can get caught up and you can fall into the trap. You could take the bait. And I'm just worried that people are going to take the bait because, you know, a lot of our audience here and our listeners, they are susceptible to this type of, if it is a PSYOP, this type of PSYOP where it confirms or affirms certain biases about this whole thing.
Buyer affirmation.
Affirmation bias, yeah.
And that's why we do our best to find the actual like data.
I know,
the
and
actual sources.
It was
and
frustrating.
There are no sources to this. There are no the data, this magical data that they claim to have. We cannot find. We cannot find it anywhere. So it just sounds like a bunch of people got together and I don't know what the purpose of this would be, but to be referencing nameless sources over and over, you're no better than the mainstream media at that point.
Yeah, and that it would be so easy for the PSYOP. You get somebody who says they're part of the CDC and maybe they even are, and they come out and I'm whistleblowing.
Maybe they are, maybe they're not. We don't know. We don't know because they don't tell us.
They don't tell
Adam
us.
42 in the Twitch chat says, "Trust the plan," and that's exactly the point. I mean, it's the same cognitive mechanisms. It's the same control mechanism where people who are prone to not trust the mainstream narrative, which is us and many other people. Yeah. Which we should be questioning mainstream narratives. It's easily deconstructible, but that does not mean to just believe any weird blog or handheld iPhone video of people claiming that they have a solid case and are going to do anything without giving you any actual info. It's this weird, like, fringy, I don't know, like hive mind thing that people can get into, and it has yet to work. A single fringy hive mindy movement over the past few years has yet to come out with any solid real world consequence. You
know what would work is if the data is public, it's transparent, and people that would be that have even gotten the vaccines, or people that are super woke or whatever, those people pick up on it and go, whoa, this is messed up. Yeah. And they start a whole, thing online. That would cause a stir enough to, if there's enough public pressure in that way, maybe we get somewhere. But until something like that happens, this kind of thing, I don't think is going to go anywhere. I think it's just more clickbait stuff by some of these people. And I'm not blaming these people or accusing them necessarily, but it just seems like people are falling for the bait. And
yeah, I don't know. It does bring into question the motives of people who do this sort of thing. If I would like to go to the blog and see what their funding structure is. But
yeah. Anyway, sorry about being all amped about it, but it was frustrating to not find anything and seeing a lot of people sharing the clip around saying, this is it. Here we go.
Discerning people. We need more discernment in these types of situations.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, speaking of discernment, we got our good old buddy Boris Johnson made a video. Speaking of useless videos, let's see what Boris Johnson had to say on the eve of Freedom Day.
Hi, folks. Like so many hundreds of thousands of other people across the country, I've been pinged. I've been asked to self-isolate by the test, trace and isolate system after I've been in contact with somebody who has COVID, in this case, of course, the Health Secretary, Sajid Javid. And we did look briefly at the idea of us taking part in the pilot scheme, which allows people to test daily. But I think it's far more important that everybody sticks to the same rules. And that's why I'm going to be self-isolating until the 26th of July, Monday, the 26th of July. And I know how frustrating it all is, but I really do urge everybody to stick with the program. If we don't do it now, then we'll be opening up in the autumn, the winter months, when the virus has the advantage of the cold weather. We lose the precious fire break that we get with the school holidays. If we don't do it now, we've got to ask ourselves, when will we ever do it? So this is the right moment, but we've got to do it cautiously. Please, please, please be cautious, and above all, please, 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 when you're asked to get that second jab, get your jab, please come forward and do it.
Yeah.
Desperate.
So this is, so to review that, they have their, what did they call it? Trace, track, and What it was? Dang it, I forgot it. It's whatever. It's their little app system, their contact tracing app, and when you get a little ping on your phone says you have recently come in contact with an infected individual, then you're supposed to quarantine for 14 days or whatever. And I guess Boris Johnson got pinged.
Yeah, and
so
he
is
mentions
he gonna go in his little lizard hole and hide away for a while?
Yeah, probably. He mentioned the thing about participating in the what was the word he used? Something about
a pilot program where you can get tested every day.
Every day, right?
When you get pinged, you start on this testing regimen instead of isolating, and so you can more or less go about your normal day. You just get tested every day, which is still not great. Like, still pretty awful system, but okay.
Yeah, but it's just interesting, the timing of it all. You got Freedom Day in England, and Boris Johnson will not participate, number one.
What is Freedom Day? I don't get it. Is that like just a random holiday, or is
hold
that
on, let me look up the exact thing here, because July 19th, the British government has dubbed Freedom Day, ending over a year of coronavirus lockdown restrictions for its fully vaccinated citizens.
Oh, so it's specifically created to celebrate freedom from coronavirus. And Boris Johnson, this is a very powerful spell he's casting here. On the eve of Freedom Day, he is pinged with coronavirus and is now not free.
Boris Johnson tested. He didn't test positive. Didn't he get the coronavirus?
Yeah.
And he got the vaccine. Allegedly. Now he's getting shut down. I mean, this guy is going through the laundry, man. He's
I don't
just
believe
like
it.
Well, he's great actor. The hair really just distracts everybody.
He's a great character, But no, you make a good point. He's had coronavirus. He's been vaccinated. And still, he gets a ping and he has to quarantine. So it's like, what is the point? Like, what in the world? And it was on the eve of Freedom Day. Now, again, remember, this is not him announcing that he is infected.
No.
This is announcing that his phone app pinged him. And so now he is barred from participating in Freedom Day activities, even after being vaccinated and having coronavirus. This is complete hogwash. If anybody should be, safe from having to quarantine, he's had, I don't know. It's ridiculous. What is even the point of getting the vaccine if you'll still get pinged and you still have to self-isolate?
Yeah, the New York Times just published this a couple hours ago. On England's Freedom Day, rising virus cases and a prime minister in isolation. I mean, it feels like it's all set up just so they can bust out that headline and, continue on. This is a sub-headline. In a breathtaking gamble, the country has now lifted all but a few pandemic restrictions. I feel like this is all a setup for more positive cases in 2-3 months.
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the Amazon artificial intelligence firing people. It's part of this handover to AI.
Yeah.
And I don't know exactly the technical specs of this app. I'm assuming there's some sort of AI, even if in its just sort of most basic sense, not that there's Skynet watching over everybody.
No, I think there's Skynet.
Just whatever algorithm is on the app. He's had coronavirus. He has been vaccinated. He's the leader of the country, and still an app is ruling his entire life. It's just another step into this horrific algorithm, artificial intelligence led dystopia. And along the same lines, over here on jpost.com.
Before you move, completely inconsequential, but just for fun, do you think Boris Johnson is wearing pants here? In this
absolutely
video?
Not.
I don't think so either.
He's a notorious scoundrel. You read some of the stories from back when he was in high school and college. He's a total rascal.
I mean, the hair is one thing. I don't know. The feel I get is he's got the suit on up top. But nothing but some British boxer shorts.
He's
down below.
quarantining. He's definitely not wearing pants in this video.
Okay, sorry about that. Sorry for the visual, folks, but
J-Post.
Important.
It's okay. The artists need inspiration for next show.
Yeah, so. I'm feeding the artists inspiration. Yeah. There you go.
Very good. JPost.com headline: more than 1,000 Israelis test positive for COVID.
Oh.
The effectiveness of the Pfizer vaccine against the Delta variant is weaker than health officials had hoped. Prime Minister Naftali Bennett said on Friday, as over 1,000 people tested positive for coronavirus and more countries were added to the list of places to which Israelis will be banned from traveling. This is the exact opposite of the messaging that we're getting in the United States.
Yep.
You know, we've had these numbers come out. 99.7% of people who are getting coronavirus are unvaccinated. The vaccines are highly effective against the Delta variant. Nobody read in Naftali Bennett to the storyline here that he's supposed to be following. Continues, quote, "We do not know exactly to what degree the vaccine helps, but it is significantly less," Bennett said. Wow. The prime minister held a meeting of top health officials and ministers to discuss the next steps for managing the virus in light of the numbers in Israel and what Bennett described as, quote, "the Delta mutation leaping forward around the world, including in vaccinated countries such as Britain, Israel, and the U.S. He said that in Britain, in recent days, we have seen a jump in the number of children who are being hospitalized on a daily basis. This is a development that we are aware of. We are dealing with it rationally and responsibly. With more than 5.7 million Israelis having received at least one shot of the Pfizer vaccine, the country continues to push for citizens, especially teenagers, to go out and get the jab. The highest number of coronavirus cases in nearly 4 months was diagnosed on Friday, 1,118 people, according to the Health Ministry's Saturday night report. Of those screened, 1.58% tested positive. The reproduction rate, we call that the R0 number here in the U.S. The number of people a sick person infects stood at 1.37, meaning the COVID-19 is spreading again. Among those who tested positive was an advisor to Religious Affairs Minister Matana Kahana. They had not been together since July 12th, so he was told he did not need to enter isolation. Nonetheless, the minister and his staff were asked to take a coronavirus test. While the spike in daily cases continues, the increase in serious morbidity has risen in a more limited way. Of those infected, some 58 were in serious condition, according to the ministry, an increase of 6 people over the weekend. In April, with around that's interesting. So 6 people in the whole country of Israel, 6 people, 6 more people were put in the hospital. In April, with around 6,500 active cases, like now, there were 370 patients in serious condition. The likely explanation is that among current virus carriers, about 2,000 are school children, and half of them were fully vaccinated. Both groups are very unlikely to develop serious forms of the disease, even though it occasionally happens. At the moment, around 60% of the patients in serious conditions have been vaccinated. That's more than
60%.
60%. That's a little different than the 99.7% were unvaccinated in the U.S. That's insane. 60% of people in serious condition have been vaccinated. Moreover, according to Hebrew University researchers who advise the government, around 90% of newly infected people over the age of 50 are fully 90%. What is going on? This is diametrically opposed to what we're being told in the U.S.
Yeah.
There's 2 explanations. Either the numbers being fudged with on either side, or Pfizer sent Israel some faulty vaccines.
Ooh. Oh, they're going to blame it on Bibi. Are they trying to backpedal and get Bibi in jail?
Try to pull the "I won't take Trump's vaccine" thing. The quote percent of cases that turn critically ill is now 1.6% compared to 4% at similar stage in the third wave when there were no vaccines. Professor Aaron Segal, a computational biologist at the Weizmann Institute of Science who advises the coronavirus cabinet, tweeted on Friday. He said that even if the number of cases continues to increase, quote, many more cases will be needed than in the third wave to reach similarly high numbers of critically ill patients in hospitals. This will contribute significantly to population-level immunity. The Hebrew University researchers predicted Saturday that more than 100 serious cases are expected by the first half of August. Interesting. And this goes on for about 20 more paragraphs. So did you have anything specific you wanted to bust out here?
No, not really.
Yeah, I think the point is made. Very interesting. 90% of newly infected people over the age of 50 are fully vaccinated. 60% of patients in serious conditions have been vaccinated. What is the point of the vaccine in Israel? This is very interesting numbers.
Yeah, there was a chart, I'm trying to find it, that showed some of this, and I think this is it. And I don't know the exact source. I do think that it came from, okay, here it is, the data-dashboard.health.gov.il/COVID-19 general. Mm-hmm. And it shows this is between June 27th and July 3rd, vaccinated versus unvaccinated. And then percentage of cases vaccinated, and it goes through the age groups here. And then percentage of population, percent of cases vaccinated. There we go. Percent of cases vaccinated. So, the number of people who have gotten COVID-19 tested positive who did have a vaccine as opposed to did not. Yeah. And the cases of the vaccinated, as you can see in the chart here, cases vaccinated, much higher on all fronts.
Yeah, crazy. You see the vaccinated versus unvaccinated, and it goes by age groups, which I'll just assume when I read. I'm not going to read the age group. Just assume it's the ascending order of decades, starting at your 20s. 95 vaccinated, 25 vaccinated, 133 to 33 unvaccinated cases, 175 to 33 unvaccinated cases, 127 to 18, 134 to 18, 90s. Now, this is between the ages of 70 and 79, 90 vaccinated cases to 7 unvaccinated cases.
It's
what
safer
in the world? It is safer to be unvaccinated in this. Now, is this an official government chart?
It is.
Where did you get this?
Data-dashboard.health.gov.il. Now the rebuttal I've seen with this chart is that, well, yeah, you have a majority of the people vaccinated, so the numbers of vaccinated cases will be higher than those of unvaccinated, just in general because of the pool of people.
Yeah, sure.
But
it's a valid thing.
It's a valid thing. However, I mean, if you're looking at it as just plain, the whole narrative has been get your vaccine so we can get herd immunity, we can prevent the virus from spreading, blah, blah, blah. None of that is reflected here in the data, at least according to the data-dashboard.health.gov.il.
We're asking, or we're getting asked to post that link if you want to pop that link into the chat there.
Yeah, let me.
But also, all links will be available at CanaryCry.Newstalk.com in the show notes, so make sure to visit that. I've been wondering, Gons, I wonder if we should send out the show notes in a newsletter because, you know, right now, all it would take is for somebody to take down our website and all of our show notes would disappear.
Oh, don't say that. That's you're giving him ideas.
If we start sending the show notes out, you know, if we do an after show newsletter where we post the show in the email and then post the show notes right on there, you know, the show notes and the show gets, you know, spread out to thousands of people. It'd be harder to hide the links.
Yeah, that's a good
Something
idea.
to think about.
Yeah.
Let us know what you think about that idea if you're on the mailing list. But that's also another good reason for people to join the mailing list, because again, we make these links available not for nothing. I mean, these are useful links to information that you may not have seen before. And when you're having conversations with people or you need to reference, again, usually mainstream information from government websites and the mainstream media, these are viable tools when you're having conversations.
Having a hard time actually accessing this domain, or not the link here, in terms, because this is a screenshot and I saw it floating around social media. Mm-hmm. The article does reflect that data set, but I can't seem to access the actual data dashboard.health.gov.il even. And maybe it's
interesting.
Maybe it's only within Israel. I mean, they could do that.
We could do a little VPN.
Yeah, I don't have a VPN on right now, so
see if we can set that. All right. Well, we'll consider that. People in the chat so far like the idea of sending out that mailing list. Okay, what's next?
Next, this one's interesting as well. This is YouGov America. Today.yougov.com. Why won't Americans get vaccinated? And
why indeed?
The article itself, it's kind of your typical thing. There is one interesting data point, though. I'll read a little bit and then get into the part that is fascinating. Mm-hmm. There is a new and defining divide between Americans who have been vaccinated against COVID-19 and those who claim they will reject vaccination. Interesting way to put it. They claim they will reject it. There is a political component to choosing and rejecting vaccination. In the latest Economist/YouGov poll, Republicans are much more likely to reject the vaccine. More than a quarter of Republicans, 29%, say they will not get vaccinated. Just 4% of Democrats say this. But
that's interesting because that goes directly counter to the Pew poll that we referenced.
Yeah, a few weeks ago. That's right.
So who's going now? This is a poll on YouGov.
The Economist/YouGov. Yeah, it's like I went to the bottom. I think that it was like a poll of 1,500. Yeah, 1,500 U.S. adult citizens interviewed online between July 10th and 13th, 2021. So very small window, small sample size. I mean, not super small. 1,500 is not terribly small, but yeah, you're not going to weed out all the bias there.
Yeah, well, it goes to the question, who actually responds to a poll from YouGov America?
Yeah, The Economist. Yeah. The Economist being the magazine once owned by the Rothschilds, I believe.
Yeah, right.
Vaccine rejection is higher among whites than it is among Black and Hispanic Americans. That also goes completely counter to all previous information. Yeah, very interesting.
I was just listening to a mainstream report today that was talking about how sad it is that Black Americans are rejecting the vaccine at higher numbers.
Yeah.
So this is literally a poll that goes pretty much directly opposite to all other polls.
I think there's a reason why, though. Remember the unvaccinated narrative of the pandemic of the unvaccinated, calling them crazy. Yeah. It's all part of that.
No, not crazy. Calling them a disease.
Disease, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, a terrorist disease, all that stuff. Higher in the Midwest and South than elsewhere in the country. And it is also greater among those with less education. White people with less than a college degree are more than 10 points more likely than white people with a college degree to say they will not be vaccinated.
So interesting, just some comparative analysis there. According to Black Lives Matter, it's the Black population that has less college education.
Right.
And so compared to the numbers you just said there, well, which is it? Is it race or is it education?
I know.
That's the problem.
This is a complete tongue twister for them. It's they get themselves
two separate. That's crazy. Wow.
Their positions may never change. There is little this group believes could make them change their minds. People who won't get vaccinated are worried about side effects, microchips, and political motivations, but not COVID-19. So why is this? First, 90% of those who reject vaccination fear possible side effects from the vaccine more than they feared COVID-19 itself. Second, only 16% of them believe most of the new cases of COVID-19 are occurring among the unvaccinated. For the most part, they think the virus is spreading equally among the vaccinated and the unvaccinated, or they admit they just don't know. In contrast, more than 3 in 4 of the fully vaccinated know that new infections come mostly from those who have not yet received the vaccine, unless you're in Israel.
Listen to the presentation of that info. These unvaccinated people think these vaccinated people know.
Right.
I mean, the manipulation is right there in the presentation.
The skepticism about the threats posed by the coronavirus is clear among vaccine rejectors. While more than 1 in 4 of those fully vaccinated believe the dangers of COVID-19 were exaggerated for political reasons, 3 times as many vaccine rejectors say that is the case. Since most in this group, 83%, have little or no worry about their risks of contracting COVID-19, parentheses, with a majority not worried at all, the belief that its dangers have been exaggerated is not surprising. Less than 1 in 10 of the vaccine rejectors trust medical advice from Dr. Anthony Fauci, and only 1 in 5 trust the Centers for Disease Control. That's not too surprising. Those who reject vaccination believe 2 negative theories about the effect of COVID-19 vaccines. Half think it is likely that vaccines in general cause autism, and that this vaccine in particular is being used by the government to microchip the population.
Yeah, see, I don't believe this either. I've been seeing this. This comes up over and over and over about the microchipping. It is such an overplayed, sort of old storyline.
Yeah.
And it's just used for discreditation.
Yeah.
This microchip storyline is over. Like, it's not even about the microchip. The microchip is not the concern. Whether or not there is one there, we don't believe so. The data does not show that. But it doesn't have to. It's not about a microchip.
I know.
It's about so many other things.
I think this poll was literally to bait, or at least try to get some kind of numbers to associate that belief. I think that was like the whole point. You know, other than like the race stuff and some of the college degree and, some of those narratives, which, again, like you mentioned, they go against some of the mainstream narratives out there. I think associating the microchip narrative to the people that are hesitant, they needed more data. So they're like, let's put out a poll and see how many people believe it. And so, it's 1 in 5 who the rejectors, 1 in 5. Say that they believe that the government's using it to microchip the population.
That's
well,
that right there shows a total disconnection from what people are actually thinking.
Right.
So
But
okay, well, there you go. These are the numbers that people are going to be using against you if you're not planning on getting the vaccine.
Right. There you go.
Okay.
We're going to do a little Biden thing here, and that Biden thing will transition us into another Biden thing in politics.
Wow. Biden all the way down. You got a hairy legs for us?
Got hairy legs. Got hairy legs.
And of course, this went viral as well. President Biden was walking to Air Force One, and he got stopped and asked about Facebook. This was after, I think it was after the Jen Psaki press thing where she talked about,
which he was not at.
He was not at this thing, but he was asked about Facebook, and this went crazy viral.
What's your message to platforms like Facebook? They're killing people. I mean, it really, look, the only pandemic we have is among the unvaccinated, and they're killing people.
Yeah.
So people picked up on the fact that
a little gaff, Biden. Yeah.
People thought he was saying Facebook is killing people.
Yeah.
And that was the big viral moment. And actually, Facebook hit back. New York Times. Facebook tells Biden Facebook is not the reason vaccination goal was missed.
It reads like this. Facebook and the Biden administration engaged in an increasingly rancorous back and forth over the weekend after the administration denounced the social media giant for spreading misinformation about the COVID-19 vaccines. On Sunday, the Surgeon General, Vivek Murthy, reiterated warnings that false stories about the vaccines had become a dangerous health hazard. Quote, these platforms have to recognize they've played a major role in the increase in speed and scale with which information is spreading, Mr. Murthy said Sunday on
misinformation.
Yeah, Mr. Murthy said on Sunday on CNN. In a blog post on Saturday, Facebook called on the administration to stop, quote, finger pointing and laid out what it had done to encourage users to get vaccinated. The social network also detailed how it had clamped down on lies about the vaccines, which officials have said led people to refuse to be vaccinated. Quote, the Biden administration has chosen to blame a handful of American social media companies, Guy Rosen, Facebook's vice president of integrity, said in the post. Quote, the fact is that vaccine acceptance among Facebook users is in the U.S. has increased. Mr. Rosen added that the company's data showed that 85% of its users in the United States had been or wanted to be vaccinated against the coronavirus, while President Biden had set a goal of getting 70% of Americans vaccinated by July 4th, which the White House fell short of. Quote, Facebook is not the reason this goal was missed, Mr. Rosen said. Yeah, interesting. Again, how to lie with statistics here. When you make it company policy to A, discourage people from using your platform, and B, outright kicking people off your platform, it's easy to get the 85% of Facebook users want or have the vaccine. Yeah, because you kicked all the rest of them off your platform. You've censored them.
Yeah.
Of course, you can make that number whatever you want it to be. So let's see. Facebook's response followed a forceful condemnation of the company by Mr. Biden. When asked Friday about the role of social media in influencing vaccinations, Mr. Biden declared in unusually strong language that the platforms were, quote, killing people. This is so interesting because, look, that was a gaffe.
It was.
We know it was a gaffe. We know that Biden wasn't trying to say that Facebook was killing people. He was trying to say that misinformation was killing people.
And that unvaccinated were killing people.
Unvaccinated are killing people. The fake newsers, whatever they want to call them, are killing people.
I think.
And we know that.
Well,
and
yeah, we do. I don't think many other people do.
I think a lot of people do. I mean, I think everybody knew he meant I don't think many people actually believed that Biden thinks Facebook is killing people. And yet you have the mainstream news taking it that way. Again, it's a little bit of kayfabe where they're just trying to create this storyline of Facebook versus Biden. I don't know. It's weird. They allow him to make so many gaffes. They let him off the hook so many times. And yet they didn't let this one go.
Yeah, there's a pause right after that question is asked. I think he is saying something in his brain, but it doesn't come out of his mouth. And you can see it here. I'll play it.
What's your message to platforms like Facebook?
His lips are moving.
His brain, he has a brain fart. Like he has a full-on brain fart. And he does it all the time. Again, I just am having it is worth analysis to point out the fact he obviously had a brain fart, and they give him so much leniency on his gaffes and his brain farts. But this one, they just could not let go of.
Yeah, you can see his lips move. I think words were there. But what came out, the words started coming out at "they're killing people," like the end of the sentence, maybe.
Yeah.
And also, these Secret Service people in the back are pretty funny too. Kind of like watching on.
Yeah. And part of the weird part about this is Biden versus Facebook puts Biden and Trump on the same team. The anti-Facebook thing, the anti-Twitter, anti-big tech, that's Trump's territory. And so to latch onto this obvious gaffe and put Biden and Trump on the same team against Facebook is just a really weird positioning for them to take.
It must be theater just so people can't say, oh, look at, the Biden administration is so biased.
Well, especially because Psaki saying that the White House is flagging posts and telling Facebook what to do.
Real bad, yeah.
I don't know. It's just this weird back and forth. Like, you just had this press conference where Psaki said, literally, she tells us how the government is flagging posts and telling Facebook to enforce, the government's will on social media.
Yeah.
And then they flip it up and say, oh, no, see, the White House and Facebook are enemies. They don't like each other. They're not working together.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just a weird thing, man.
It does look like just a way to take people off the trail, like your normie people off the trail of like, hey, Facebook and the White House are working together to, censor. But that doesn't look good.
Which is the most egregious, anti-First Amendment thing this administration could do. And I don't think this was scripted for Biden to say that about Facebook, but I think they just took advantage of the gaffe. Again, because they let so many gaffes go. And they defend him because he's Biden and he's old. But this one, I think it was just convenient for this storyline to get perpetuated.
Goes to show that all of this is just fodder. It's just nonsense. It really doesn't make a whole lot of difference. The government and big tech are going to do what they're going to do. And, the public interests are only so that the people don't leave in mass one way or another. They keep feeding Facebook with users and advertising money and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's all bottom line.
So it kind of does some more blah, 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 but then it says the White House declined to comment on Facebook's blog post. On Sunday morning, Mr. Murthy also responded to accusations by a Facebook official who spoke anonymously to CNN, saying the administration was, quote, looking for scapegoats for missing their vaccine goals. Oh, wow. That's not even the end. It keeps going.
It keeps going. It's a long article.
Yeah. So, very interesting.
Before we slide into politics here, we did receive an email from producer Rebecca, and she sent us some pictures of a letter here. This one is a letter to her husband is a veteran, and this was a letter to the veterans. And I'll just read a couple paragraphs to just to see the emotional manipulation here. So this is a letter from the government, it looks like. Or let's see, it's from, Secretary of Veterans Affairs and acting under Secretary of Health. Dear veteran, thank you for your service to our nation. Your commitment to our country's long legacy of service has protected us, and our nation owes you a debt of gratitude we can never repay.
Okay, so far so good.
Yep.
Nailing it.
We must once again ask you to volunteer to serve. Uh-oh. COVID-19 has affected all of us in unique ways. We have lost far too many former brothers and sisters in arms, family members and friends over the last year. It is time for this pandemic to be over, and I ask for your help in protecting this nation and completing the last part of this journey.
Uh-oh.
Our greatest hope in defeating this deadly virus is for each of us to get vaccinated as soon as possible.
Ah, there it is.
The 3 vaccines available in the U.S. have been extensively studied and are... No, it hasn't. And are proven to be safe. No, it's not. And effective. No.
Israel.
Not in Israel at all. Each of us is safer as more of our community is vaccinated. Vaccination is essential to our return to normalcy. We hope that you will choose to be vaccinated to protect yourself, your families and friends, and your healthcare workers. While vaccines are widely available, people are still falling ill and needing treatment due to COVID-19. Studies show that if you are vaccinated, it is less likely that you will become severely ill, except in Israel, require hospitalization, or become at risk of dying. In fact, a recent Cleveland Clinic study showed that over 99% of those hospitalized due to COVID-19 were not fully vaccinated. Hey, there's a source. That's the source. Remember we were looking for the source of where that story was?
Oh, good point. Yeah.
Cleveland,
what was the source?
Cleveland Clinic study.
Okay. That is the
there we
literal first time anybody has ever given a source for that number. So
now I'm
Cleveland
curious.
Clinic. Yeah, we need to chase that actually.
I know. I'm looking for it now. 99% WebMD had a thing on it back in May. Well, it's in May though. How do they? Okay,
that's too far back.
I was going to say,
count.
but it says a new study found that more than 99% of patients hospitalized with COVID-19 during the first 4 months of 2021
okay. So
weren't fully vaccinated.
The only source we can find for that 99.7% of people catching COVID are unvaccinated. The only source of this is from what, 4 months ago?
May, so
April, May, 3 months ago. Okay, well, yeah, that's not great. That was like before the Delta variant even existed. And yeah, okay, well, there you go. Who do you trust? Do you trust the Israeli government's health numbers or the Cleveland Clinic numbers from 3 months ago?
Yeah, and again, I could spend hours going down the rabbit trail of the all this stuff here. You got the coronavirus.ohio.gov with the dashboard here, and you can parse out the data. But anyway, back to this letter. I don't know. It feels very manipulative to ask veterans to serve again.
Yeah, well,
that's kind of messed up.
I mean, especially ironic because when service members are actually serving, they're given like hundreds of shots without even knowing what it is. They're experimented on constantly. They get pricked hundreds of times with stuff they have no idea what it is, and then even when they're gone, they're trying to get them to volunteer their bodies for new treatments or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. Is there any more to that?
Well, there's a little bit more, but I think we get the point here.
That's the point.
Yeah. I'm going back to the rabbit trail. I think I found the study.
Which one?
The from the clinic.
Okay.
This is MedRxiv.
This is the open source study journal.
Yep. Let's see. Effectiveness of mRNA COVID-19 vaccines among employees in an American healthcare system. And it says here this article is a preprint and has not been peer reviewed. So they used a study that hasn't been peer reviewed to push out this 99%.
A preprint, non-peer reviewed study is the only source we have been able to find for this 99.7% of people catching COVID are unvaccinated. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go, folks. There's your mainstream news in the U.S. and around the world. No wonder the numbers are different from the official Israeli government numbers.
I mean, I just want to do this for the purposes of documentation.
We need to stick this into the show notes.
Yeah. Okay. I got to add a whole bunch of stuff. Okay. So WebMD. Sorry. I'm just going to do the paper trail here. WebMD headline: over 99% hospitalized 2021 COVID patients unvaccinated. So this is the article on WebMD.
Mm-hmm.
And it talks
Which
about...
is already suspicious, but okay.
Yeah. The whole thing, blah, blah, blah. They told this to the Akron Beacon Journal. Click on the Akron Beacon Journal. And we are in the Akron Beacon Journal. Cleveland Clinic study: 99.7% of hospitalized COVID-19 patients since January 1 were unvaccinated. The study found, there is a hyperlink here about the 99.7%. So go to study. And the study gives you that MedRxiv website. Effectiveness of mRNA COVID-19 vaccines among employees in an American healthcare system. This article is a preprint and has not been peer reviewed. So there you go.
Yeah, and it's employees of the medical system. It's not even based on the public.
Of the 46,866 included employees, 60% were vaccinated, and then so it was within the employees. The people that got only 15, after adjusting the slope of epidemic curve. Okay, I mean, we're not going to break it down right now. But
also, and New Maddie is correcting you, Gons. It's not RXIV, it's archive.
Oh, that's right. I think we've gone over this before.
Yeah, we have.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Med Archive. Sorry. I knew it was a thing, but I just forgot now.
It's a fancy marketing way to spell archive, RXIV.
Yeah. All right. We'll leave all those links in the show notes so you can show your normie friends of the studies.
Man, that feels good though to finally track down.
I know, because I was curious.
Not a single person is sourcing that, and now we know why.
Yeah, because
it's
not
why they're not sourcing that when they throw it out. It's a non-peer reviewed preprint study that they are basing this entire, and to be clear, they are justifying all of the new lockdown measures and fear mongering. All of it is based on this 99.7% figure. All of it. And nobody is sourcing it because it's from a non-peer reviewed preprint study. It's crazy. The entire country, they're calling it the fourth wave. We're about to go back down in lockdown because of a non-peer reviewed preprint study. Okay. Sure. Fine. Whatever.
And I'm not even seeing this 99.7% number here. I'm seeing a 97%. Oh, that's 97% protected. I don't know. There's got to be some finagling.
It always keeps, So I don't know. We'll keep an eye out though. But it feels good to finally at least have a touch point on that random number they keep throwing out.
Sniff out that source.
Yeah.
All right.
Goodness gracious. All right. Let's talk about politics.
Where are we? What are we doing? Oh, politics. There we go.
It's Latin for many.
Tick.
Now suck your blood.
Politics.
Your blood.
Okay, we're going to start out here with the AP News. The headline, Biden pledges appeal of deeply disappointing DACA ruling. President Joe Biden said Saturday that the Justice Department intends to appeal a federal judge's ruling deeming illegal an Obama-era program that has protected hundreds of thousands of young immigrants from deportation, and he renewed his call for Congress to create a permanent solution. He said in a statement that Friday's decision was, quote, deeply disappointing. And although the judge's order did not affect those already covered by the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program, it, quote, relegates hundreds of thousands of young immigrants to an uncertain future. So that's a good thing to note here. If you are currently a DACA person, you're safe. The program is allowed thousands of young people who are brought illegally into the United States as children or overstayed visas to live, work, and remain in the country. Many of the recipients, commonly known as Dreamers, have now been in the U.S. for a decade or longer. But Texas and 8 other states sued to halt DACA, arguing that President Barack Obama lacked the power to create the program because it circumvented Congress. U.S. District Judge Andrew Hannon in Houston agreed, and while his ruling left the program intact for existing recipients, it barred the government from approving any new applications. In his statement, Biden, now real quick, because I don't know if they talk about it in this, I don't know if we did it on the show or if I read this in a different breakdown of it. If you're already approved for DACA, you're safe. And if your application is already turned in, even if you haven't, been approved, you are also safe. This is strictly for brand new applications like coming in today.
Right. I think it mentions some of that in the story there.
In his statement, Biden urged Congress to move forward with legislation to permanently protect those covered by the program. Quote, only Congress can ensure a permanent solution by granting a path to citizenship for Dreamers that will provide the certainty and stability that these young people need and deserve, the president said. I have repeatedly called on Congress to pass the American Dream and Promise Act, and I now renew that call with the greatest urgency, he said. It is my fervent hope that through reconciliation or other means, Congress will finally provide provide security to all dreamers who have lived too long in fear. Ooh, spooky. The House approved legislation in March creating a pathway towards citizenship for those impacted, but the measure has stalled in the Senate. Immigration advocates hope to include a provision in sweeping budget legislation Democrats want to pass this year, but it's unclear whether the language will survive. Okay, I don't think they did talk about it, but
oh, they didn't. I thought I mentioned it in there.
No, but this is a good opportunity to have the conversation. There's people all over the spectrum with all sorts of different ideas about immigration in this country. Most of the free-thinking conservatives I know are entirely for legal immigration. Mm-hmm. And, in fact, many of them think you should make it easier to immigrate legally. It's the illegal aspect that is sort of the hang up.
Right.
Now, DACA and this Dreamers thing, I think was an attempt to create a legal pathway for children who have they're not responsible for their situation.
Right.
These are children who are brought in because their parents brought them in illegally. They're not responsible for the sort of illegality of their situation. And so, this DACA program allows them to sort of fix their situation through themselves. I'm actually not necessarily an enemy of the idea of DACA. Now, has it been
abused,
taken advantage of? Almost certainly. Yeah. You can guarantee that. And yeah, we should figure out ways to make it so, the less ways the law can be abused, the better. But, you got to think, if you were brought in a suitcase when you're 3 years old and living in hiding with your family for whatever, a decade or something, and then suddenly you're sort of at risk to get thrown out because of something your parents did, that's just a bad situation. Yeah. I mean, that's just kind of sucks for you. So, creating a legal pathway for those kids is a good idea. And any law that makes a legal way to become a citizen is great. There certainly have been documented cases of DACA being taken advantage of, which is a problem. And so, yeah, I don't know, but it sounds like sounds like it was another. As we've seen, as is Biden's habit and was Obama's habit, where they just do stuff without following the law, without getting Congress involved, and just sort of dictating, the ruling by dictate, which, is not something that is supposed to happen in America. So, yeah, I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the part of it being unconstitutional, it makes sense. I think the idea here is to encourage legal immigration. And I think what DACA did was encourage illegal immigration, because it sort of gave the message out to other countries that hey, if you get here by hook or by crook, well, you're going to eventually, especially if you bring children,
you'll be anchor baby thing.
Yeah, so I think that the messaging itself was no good in terms of getting, people to do things on the straight and narrow. But beyond that, just the political stuff with, because, Obama was an open border guy. He wanted everybody to just come in and, whatever. In California being allegedly. Allegedly. But we don't know.
But now Biden is the most strict border control president we've had in decades.
Yeah, but it's because circumstances have changed, Basil. We're in a pandemic.
Okay. Yeah.
And of course, Biden is not in control of the presidency, but he is the face. We can use Biden colloquially.
Sure. Yeah.
But yeah, I honestly I don't think Biden cares that much. His pledge to appeal. He's just saying that politics. He doesn't care really. I don't think
he needs some sort of touchstone for the left still, because he lost the left on the Israel situation. He lost the left on the border situation. He's losing the left on so many fronts. This DACA thing just seems like a way for him to signal, like, still like me, please.
Oh, you got to do something about it, Biden. What are you going to do?
Give me a break. Need time.
Okay. All right. Well, we love you. We love you, I guess, Biden. Are you going to
give the man time?
Oh, what are you going to do with all the people with the immigrants?
Pay them more.
Pay them more. Okay. All right.
So
get those kids out of the pods, Biden.
So I thought this was interesting. Speaking of just nobody liking Biden, we've reported a little bit. We've mentioned the Doomsday plane. And I wanted to bring this 16-second clip from Oklahoma News because it's just interesting that they would mention this in the news in general.
It is known as the Doomsday plane, and today it made a trip through the Oklahoma City Metro. Officially known as a National Airborne Operations Center, the plane is a flying war room designed to house the president and other key cabinet members in a worst-case scenario.
So, yeah, this airplane is meant to be an airborne command post in an event of a nuclear war or any kind of large-scale disaster.
And it's a pretty trippy plane. I mean, I remembered when we talked about it last. Do you recall?
I don't.
It was during it was around January 6th.
Right. Okay.
And this Doomsday plane was like stopping at weird airports. Everybody thought that Trump had gotten on the Doomsday plane. It had, because this Doomsday plane, as far as I can recall, is constantly in the air. Like that's kind of its thing.
Right.
At 24/7. This plane is in the air, flying in circles around the country, just ready at any moment in case something horrible happens. Then it's already there. The point is that it's already in the air if a nuke goes off. And so, it is kind of a fun thing when you see it land. But yeah, so that's when we covered it last.
So I just find it strange that it even gets mentioned in the news.
It is weird.
Like what would be because we know everything.
Maybe it's just a slow news cycle in Oklahoma.
Could be.
Or in OKC.
Could be. Sure, but I mean those are opportunities to really ramp up the propaganda machine. So
yeah, we got more questions about the Doomsday plane just for fun. There's two of them to answer your question. When does the Doomsday
what was the
plane?
Question? Okay, you're reading now.
When does the Doomsday plane have maintenance? Yikes. There are two of them. So when there's maintenance, one goes down and the other one goes up.
Yeah, haven't you been to Warp Tour? There's two stages. One gets set up while the other one's going. Figured it out.
And it's often the other one is maybe not quite 24 hours a day. It is 24 hours a day. It's often fueled in the air, or when one is being fueled, the other one takes off.
They laser beam fuel into the tank.
They got a whole system, all right? They figured this out.
So maybe they're mentioning it because the country is going to hate Biden. Biden's going to run away in a Doomsday plane.
Yeah. Yeah, it is weird that they would even mention it.
Yep. Speaking of planes... This is The Hill. 3 Texas Democrats who fled state to D.C. test positive for COVID-19.
Yeah, this is great. For a quick review, if you're new to the show.
This is House Democrats who fled to Washington.
Can you?
Yeah, I can. Sorry. It just auto-played The Hill.
Yeah, no, sorry. And I had a huge thunder by my house. I don't know if it made it into past the sound gate there. So Texas was trying to pass some election reform. 50 Democrats got in a private plane, chartered plane, and flew to Washington, D.C. to deny the Republicans a quorum, so they couldn't pass this election stuff. So it sounds like, and then the governor of Texas issued a warrant or some equivalent of that to go arrest the Democrats, bring them back to the Senate so they could have the vote. And so I guess according to that headline, some of these Democrats on the run got COVID-19.
Yeah, the Republicans sprayed them with COVID. 3 Texas House Democrats who fled to Washington, D.C. to block the passage of a sweeping elections overhaul bill have tested positive for COVID-19. The caucus said in a statement that one member tested positive for COVID-19 late Friday evening. That member immediately informed the rest of the caucus, and members and staff then took rapid tests with a capital S at the end. That's weird. Come on, the Hill. Saturday morning, 2 additional members of the caucus tested positive, the statement said. The caucus didn't release the names of the members, but said all 3 lawmakers were fully vaccinated.
Oh my gosh. Uh-oh.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention states that people who have been exposed to someone with suspected or confirmed COVID-19, do not have to quarantine if they have been fully vaccinated and show no symptoms. However, they should still monitor for symptoms for 14 days after exposure. State Rep. Chris Turner, House Democrat Caucus Chairman, said in a statement that the caucus is, quote, following all CDC guidelines and protocols. Sure you are. Quote, this is a sobering reminder that COVID is still with us, and though vaccinations offer tremendous protection, we still must take necessary precautions, Turner said. You know, why? I've noticed that all the people that are vaccinated who are getting COVID again are like Democrats or lefties, or I don't, is it just me? Or is it like all people who are particular to the progressive left? Because I mean, like Rich Eisen, the NFL guy, Fluffy. There's a few others that have been out there.
Yeah, I mean,
Foo Fighters.
I don't want to necessarily politicize people if they're not politicians, but yeah, they're all certainly pro-vax, pro-mainstream narrative people. That's that's what makes it so funny is they want us to believe that unvaccinated people are the main people, getting sick, and that it's very rare. It's so rare for a vaccinated person to get sick. And yet there's like famous people every single day, famously vaccinated people getting COVID every day. I mean, there's a new story every day of a vaccinated famous person, not just a vaccinated person, like they're a celebrity or they're a politician or whatever. I don't know. It's just it's not surprising that people are a little confused about your numbers.
Come on. Why is it doing that?
That's a cool groove.
Oh, no, it's this was just a story that I found right now. Breakthrough COVID cases after vaccines are... No, that's not the story.
I have a
here we
theory.
Go. Two U.S. Olympians were tested positive, and they were vaccinated. So more stories of that coming out. Yeah,
exactly. Were there any unvaccinated Olympians who got sick? Haven't heard of them.
Nope. There was a swimmer that said he won't get vaccinated. I think they were giving him a hard time.
Oh, they didn't just kick him out?
No, I don't think
That's funny.
so.
They kicked out that one Olympian for smoking weed.
Yeah, the track athlete.
So here's a theory. About the Dems fleeing Texas. So the Democrats who left Texas to deny the quorum for the election bill voting thing in Texas, they are planning to stay away for 30 days. Because there's a time limit on the voting for this bill.
So this is the ultimate filibuster.
I think maybe this is one strategy to say like, hey, no, they can't come home because they've all been exposed. There's 50 of them on a plane together and 3 of them got COVID. There's a good chance that there will be more of them.
COVID Dems on a plane.
So whether or not, the details are being reported are correct, but that would be a great reason to not force them to come back and get in a room with a bunch of Republicans. Like, hey, we all got COVID. Sorry, we can't vote on your bill.
That's a really good point. I think that may be true.
I mean, it's not implausible.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
To the Pentagon.
Let's go to the Pentagon. FoxNews.com headline, Pentagon contractor investigating extremism says BLM web search raises concerns about white supremacy. This is a doozy, Guns. Yeah, so hold on to your butts, folks.
Oh.
The Pentagon there are so many twists and turns to this. The Pentagon is reportedly working with an extremism analysis company that an extremism analysis company. I think maybe we could start an extremism analysis company.
I think we're qualified.
Yeah. That considers the web search, quote.
Web search.
It's a web search. So they just got the Google Analytics on the web search, quote, the truth about Black Lives Matter and others to be signs of interest in or engagement with white supremacism. Dun, dun, dun.
That sounds incredibly racist. How can you say that there are no black people searching the truth about Black Lives Matter?
No, Gons. Searching for the truth about Black Lives Matter is racist. That's white supremacist. To even question anything, to not already know, to not inherently already know the truth about Black Lives Matter, and to reach out into the internet to learn about the truth about Black Lives Matter means you're a white supremacist. According to Defense One, the contractor Moonshot CVE, which has ties to the Obama Foundation, is working on data that would identify which military bases and branches have the most troops searching for domestic extremist content. While that particular project's contours are unclear, the company previously released a June report in conjunction with the left-leaning Anti-Defamation League on purported, quote, white supremacy trends in the United States. In it, the UK-based company, so this Moonshot CVE is
I'm on the website.
It's a UK-based company, said it, quote, monitored a list of almost 1,600 indicators of interest or engagement with white supremacism, focused specifically on anti-Black and anti-Semitic narratives being used by extremist groups. 1,600 indicators. You know that saying, show me the man and I'll show you the crime?
Yeah.
I believe it was Stalin who said that.
Yeah. Someone.
Referencing the ability, just have such a complex list of indicators that any person could be indicated in whatever crime you're trying to pin on them. 1,600 indicators of interest in or engagement with white supremacism, focused specifically on anti-Black and anti-Semitic narratives being used by extremist groups. Do you think some of those anti-Semitic narratives might have something to do with, questioning Israel's 11-day war recently or anything like that? As examples, it listed the search phrases, quote, George Floyd deserved to die. Okay, that's a pretty...
Who's searching that?
Okay, no, you got to follow this, okay?
Okay.
As some examples of the search phrases, one of them, George Floyd deserved to die. Like, whoa, okay, yeah, sure.
All right.
Harsh, but okay. Jews will not replace us. Infamous white supremacist slogan.
Sure, yeah.
Not like unequivocally
that's very
KKK
search
terms.
Yeah.
Yes. And the third one, the truth about Black Lives Matter. So equating they're equating searching for information about Black Lives Matter with Jews will not replace us. And George Floyd deserved to die. I'm sorry. It is just so ridiculous. All right. For the truth about Black Lives Matter, the group said, this search suggests that the BLM movement has nefarious motives and is a disinformation narrative perpetuated by white supremacist groups to weaponize anti-BLM sentiment. Okay, so yeah, any anti-BLM sentiment means you're a white supremacist. It adds, while the search phrase appears innocuous, yeah, it really does. Several books include it in their title and allege that BLM movement is, quote, joined with Antifa burning and looting. Okay, the mainstream news, it is commonly known that, I'll even put it in the friendliest of terms, it is commonly known by mainstream reporting that Antifa did show up to Black Lives Matter protests. You can see this on their own Instagram and Twitter accounts. And burning and looting did happen during those protests in 2020. So the idea that BLM joined with could be like a little bit of rhetoric shuffling. Antifa burning and looting. So that is just a mainstream factual idea that Antifa was also at Black Lives Matter protests and there was burning and looting. Moving on, these sources echo white supremacist disinformation narratives, alleging that BLM protesters are trying to, quote, overthrow the republic. Okay. There have been quotes from many Black Lives Matter leaders to do things such as burn it all down, break the system. We need a new system. The American system is racist, and we need to overhaul the entire system. But okay, and it continues here, and quote, harm American citizens in a Marxist coup. Okay, I don't know about the coup part, or certainly American citizens got harmed in the 2020 riots, and leaders of Black Lives Matter have, in their own quotes to the news, identified themselves as trained Marxists. So again, this is pretty spooky that they're just taking these, mainstream news reported quotes and facts and framing them around white supremacist extremists. But okay, let's continue. As a means of delegitimizing it, multiple videos on YouTube also promote these narratives, in particular the criminalization of BLM using the identical phrase, the truth about Black Lives Matter. Moonshot did not respond to Fox News' request for comment, neither did the Defense Department. It's unclear why the Pentagon chose a UK-based company for monitoring purported U.S. extremism. The Center for Security Policy raised concerns about the company in an article last month, in which it highlighted how Moonshot CEO, Vidya Ramalingam, served as leader in the Obama Foundation's Europe program. Okay, so the leader, or a leader in Obama Foundation's Europe program is the CEO of Moonshot, who is now in charge of sniffing out white supremacy in the U.S. military. She also participated in a panel hosted by the highly controversial Southern Poverty Law Center and has ties to other left-leaning organizations. Now we're just laying the fox sauce on this. As the Center for Security Policy notes, she authored a paper that acknowledged financial support from Open Society Foundation. So there's George Soros's foundation, but no, don't say that. You're anti-Semitic if you mention George Soros owns, or sorry, what exactly is his role in the Open Society Foundation? He certainly funds the whole thing. Is he on the board or something?
I think he just funded
created it.
I think he may have created it. I think he funds it though, mainly, or has funded it.
Yeah, that's his main sort of philanthropic financial backing goes to Open Society Foundation, the group founded by liberal billionaire George Soros. Wow, I should just read instead of wondering. Yeah, so it was founded by George Soros. Okay, so Defense One reported last week that Ramalingam met with the Pentagon's chief diversity officer, amongst others, but declined to disclose to the outlet the findings in her report on U.S. military bases. She added, however, quote, when we look at bases for each branch as compared to national averages, there is disproportionately low engagement on most bases.
Ooh. Sorry, I'm going through this. I've been poking at this Moonshot website, and I just poking through for the first stop. Sorry, I know you're kind of in the middle of the article.
No. I'm just on the last part. Let me say the last part here.
Yeah.
It ends with a quote. Some branches have higher levels of engagement with anti-black extremism or anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, but we're not seeing really heightened levels of engagement that are incredibly worrying. So it ends with,
it's not that bad.
Not a big deal.
Well, yeah, based on the headline, it's a huge deal. So this organization...
Well, it's Fox, so,
Yeah, it is Fox. moonshotteam.com, working to end online harm, applying evidence, ethics, and human rights. So a couple things that I found here very interesting. First off, there's an audit section. So there's some third-party company called Adapt who audited Moonshot for their ethics. And it's always strange when a third party comes in and audits your ethics.
Yeah.
Like, who made you the arbiter of ethical?
Especially since they are claiming to be ethics auditors.
Yeah.
The ethics auditors were audited for their ethics.
See, I think this is all BS. I think this is some, branch all funded by the same people. Maybe Obama funded the whole thing, like to make it look like.
My next question was: the ethics auditors of the ethics auditors also supported by George Soros?
I don't know, but it seems like that's
employed by Obama.
It does seem like a thing to do to make it look like they were, passed through the fire, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And areas for improvement. The auditors identified 3 areas for future improvement. First, project managers should be integrated more in the bidding process where possible, ensuring potential ethical concerns are raised and discussed prior to the finalization of a project's scope of work.
So, I don't know if I understood that.
They need to bring up potential ethical concerns, like the project managers, before they finalize a project's scope of work. So basically saying, you should maybe
bring the
bring
scope before they set the scope. Okay.
Yeah. So that's like, I don't know, very self-defeating in my opinion. Secondly, the ethics committee should increase its internal profile, making the full team aware of its function and increase of utilization, yada, yada, yada. And the third one was they need to have better external communications to show how their ethical framework works. But that's not the thing that made me go wow out loud. They also have this thing called the redirect method. And the redirect method, it says here, is an open source methodology that uses targeted advertising to connect people searching online for harmful content with constructive alternative messages. Piloted by Jigsaw and Moonshot in 2016, is subsequently deployed internationally by Moonshot in partnership with tech companies, governments, and grassroots organizations. It uses pre-existing content made by communities across the globe, including content not created for the explicit purpose of countering harm, to challenge narratives which support violent extremism, violent misogyny, disinformation, and other online harms. So they're basically hijacking people's content to try to redirect alleged harmful content, which is kind of like, and using advertising methodologies to do it. Just as other companies use ads on social media and search engines to sell material products to an audience defined by, or in whole or in part, the keywords they're searching for, the redirect method places ads in the search results and social media feeds of users who are searching for pre-identified terms that we have associated with a particular online harm. That's pretty extensive. That's like, whoa. And then
online harm being an interesting term too.
It's kind of nebulous. Like,
and
what do you mean?
This mixing of violence and online harm.
Yeah. The redirect method can be extensively tailored to platform requirements and campaign goals, yada, yada, yada. So there was a little resource page of examples of like, hey, if you want to see some examples of this, click here. And I think it referenced the article that we were, or at least the document that this article was basing it off of, white supremacy search trends in the U.S. And I opened the PDF and I'm searching through here and I'm looking for the phrase New World Order. And do you know No More News? KNOW. No more news. He's like super anti-Israel. Okay, is this kind of main thing. His name appears in this document, Adam Green. And it says here, the anti-Semitic forum No More News received high search volumes. The website's creator, Adam Green, is a well-known conspiracy theorist whose videos promote anti-Semitic and anti-government conspiracy theories like the, quote, New World Order, Zionist-occupied government, and QAnon. I don't think Adam Green has ever pushed QAnon, but okay. Many of his videos...
Probably in the same way they accuse us of pushing QAnon, which is we say, QAnon is bull hockey. Oh, listen to these QAnon promoters.
Now, here's the thing that's interesting about Adam Green. In recent weeks and months, he started pushing just anti-Christian stuff. Like he's been saying like Christianity is part of the Judaic cult and doing that whole thing.
Yeah.
Which I didn't know that was his stance on things. I thought, I knew he was against Zionism, and he's been fairly clear about, he's not against Jewish people per se. He's against the, its institutions and whatnot. But I don't know. I was just startled to find his name amongst white supremacists. It's like I don't think he's a white supremacist.
I know. Well, that's the problem, is the redefining of all these terms.
Yeah.
Now a white supremacist is anyone who doesn't subscribe to critical race theory, unfortunately.
Yeah. And I thought this was the other one that was kind of strange. And I don't know, maybe I'm not interpreting this correctly. Americans displayed a strong appetite for, quote, the Great Replacement conspiracy theory. I thought it was the Great Reset, but according to them,
the Great Replacement is different. Yeah, the Great Replacement is the Jews will not replace us.
Okay, all right.
It's they want to replace all white people with not white people.
Right. That's the conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Okay, so that I guess the search term increased there. Okay, all right. So that's I don't know. Then it goes into January 6th and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I think you're right. This is like some convoluted stuff that
look, we're not saying that white supremacy doesn't exist.
Yeah, but
we're just saying that we have been tracking the redefining of so many terms that like I mentioned before, show me the man and I'll show you the crime. If you're working with 1,600 different data points to accuse people of being white supremacist, you're gonna have some whoopsie doodles in there. And yeah, I think the redefining of white supremacists alone, of course, you and we operate off of the traditional definition of white supremacists, which is, KKK member, just hates people who aren't white, yada, 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 white supremacists. Whereas now white supremacists just basically means you don't believe in critical race theory and you are, locked into your subconscious racism that is violent.
Yeah. And, I've experienced... Or if you voted
for Trump.
Right. Yeah. And I've, living in America and being not a white hog, I've experienced prejudice in my life. There's been various instances where it's like, oh wow, and normally it happens through. It's usually like a generational thing. There's like I had that friend. I've mentioned it before. I had a friend in elementary school who came to me one day and was like, I can't hang out with you anymore. I was like fifth grade maybe. I was like, why? And he's like, because my dad hates Japanese people. It's like, oh, okay. Well,
Louise, yeah.
I'm, he's the kind of guy, I guess, that turns off Toyota commercials and stuff. So I get it.
Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've had, there's some other examples that I've plenty of examples, sure. But that's not white supremacy. Like I get that, like there's a whole different thing ideology wise when it comes to an actual white supremacy worldview. But the muddying the waters of this, and
even if that was, that's very blatant. That's obvious white supremacy.
Yeah, well, I think that's more of it was a cultural and generational thing, and maybe there are white supremacy, things there.
I could see what you're saying. Yeah, okay.
I don't think it was explicitly like I don't know that he was like, I think Asians are inferior people. It was just, I hate Asian. I hate specifically Japanese.
He's just mad about World War II.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't. But anyway, regardless, where was I going with that? I don't know. I'm just saying that it's all. This is all. The real hogwash here is all this stuff redefining all these terms.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, you get some Obama folks starting a European audit agency to audit the Pentagon. Like, yeah, of course. That's the problem with these auditing agencies too, which is like, you are paying them money.
Yeah.
Of course, they will create heuristics that will justify the money that you've paid them.
Right.
All right. Let's keep moving.
Okay, one more before the break here. A little rabbit trail we'll go down to. This is calmatters.org. Universal basic income. California moves to be first state to fund pilot efforts.
Okay.
And it says here, universal
Surprising
basic.
No one.
Yeah, I know. I like how the summary is one sentence, but we'll skip that. Universal basic income was championed by Martin Luther King Jr., promoted by Silicon Valley citizens as the, quote, social vaccine for the 21st century, and endorsed by 2016 presidential candidate Andrew Yang, but it has never really caught on. Now its time may have come. On Thursday, California lawmakers approved the nation's first state-funded guaranteed income program. Once the bill is signed by Governor Gavin Newsom, cities and counties can apply for funding from a $35 million pool, which is not that much, to support current or new pilots that prioritize foster youth who recently left the foster care system and pregnant mothers. The White House has also rolled out a form of guaranteed income in its new expanded child tax credit that is part of the pandemic relief package.
Okay, hold on. This is bugging me because we keep hearing this child tax credit as some form of universal basic income.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the tax credit you were going to get anyways.
Yeah.
You just get it split throughout the year.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people are afraid, there's a Wall Street Journal article about it, that if you suddenly start making more money during the year, you have to pay some of that back.
Mm-hmm.
That is not UBI, nor is it anything like UBI. It's just getting the same tax credit you would have gotten anyways. You're just getting it throughout the year.
Yeah,
and they keep calling this an experiment in UBI, and it is nothing of the sort.
Well, it is and it isn't.
How is it?
Well, it's a form of government's. In terms of the look of it, the government is paying you in the...
They're not paying you. You're getting the same money. You're getting no extra money than what you were getting before.
Right, but doesn't it usually happen during a tax, like your taxes?
Comes in your tax
right,
refund.
but now it's instead of in the refund. Because here's the thing that I hate is I'm always paying taxes every year, and I like it when my returns have the child tax credit or the child tax, considered, so it brings down what I owe. You know, so it's annoying that now we're just gonna give you the cash. Like, no, I don't want the cash.
Yeah,
apply it towards my taxes.
Well, that's
but anyway.
what I mean. I guess that's what I'm saying. Is keeps being advertised as a UBI. And it is not at all. I mean,
it's
all
not
it is
UBI proper. I agree with that.
You're just getting the same exact money, but you're just getting it throughout the year instead of all at once.
I think the part of it that people that it's moving towards UBI is that the government is determining how you get the money.
Well, let me go further as to why I still don't think it's UBI, and I think it's politics, and it's another example of Biden playing politics, which is the far left wants this UBI thing. They want to get as close to socialism as possible. Biden doesn't want that. He doesn't want socialism. He's a hardcore capitalist. He loves his corporate lobbying. He loves his little setup, and so does his entire family. And that's their whole game. And this is another example of Biden trying to look like a socialist to the far left. He's trying to placate the far left, who are very angry with him. And like a good capitalist, he's pretending to be socialist while literally making almost zero practical steps towards doing it. I mean, the only thing that you could even look, go through the list. The government giving you money. It's money they already owe you. They're already giving you. The only thing that's even different is not socialist in any way. It's just the exact same tax break that you would have gotten. They're just giving it to you throughout the year, which a lot of people think is going to to be worse than just.
I think it's worse.
Yeah,
I think it's worse. And
anyways,
and again, I think I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing with you. I think well, yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I just verbally, I guess, is different because. You're right. They're making it look like it's UBI. Yeah,
it's Biden's illusion trying to convince the far left that he's still on their side. Which
right. So it's not UBI proper. It is making it look like UBI by just redistributing the way the money gets distributed. Mm-hmm. So okay, so we can agree upon that. But I don't even think they really mention any of that. Really, as part of it. This is different in terms of the actual UBI element of it here. The state program comes on the heels of local efforts in the Bay Area and Stockton. Over the last 2 years, Oakland, Marin County, San Francisco, and Santa Clara County started 1 to 2 year basic income programs that offer participants between $500 and $1,000 guaranteed dollars every month with no strings attached. These programs are largely funded by private donations.
Weird.
Okay. The surge in support for guaranteed income is being credited to the wealth and racial inequalities revealed by COVID-19, as job losses hit low-income and minority workers the hardest. The pandemic, quote, took the blinders off what it means to live on the margins, said Los Angeles County Supervisor Holly Mitchell, a member of Mayors for Guaranteed Income, a national group that has grown from 11 member cities to over 50 in the last year. Quote, everyone saw it. The Bay Area Basic Income Initiatives are focused on raising artists, mothers, or minorities out of poverty. The Santa Clara County program, which helps foster youth, helped lay the groundwork for the statewide program. Quote, cities are the laboratories of democracy, said Sukhi Samra, director of the Mayors' group, who hopes the pilot in the Bay Area and across California will, quote, provide a proof of concept for federal policies. The new wave of basic income initiatives is an alternative to government assistance programs that were, quote, very prescriptive about doling out social services, said State Senate Senator Dave Cortez of Democrat San Jose, who started Santa Clara County's income program for foster youth as a county supervisor. Quote, it really had a mentality of, we know what's best for you, weaker, poorer people, end quote.
What? oh, this is a critic who put it that way.
Critics of guaranteed income worry that free money similar to unemployment benefits will discourage participants from working, which it already shown it has. Quote, there's a pretty plausible case to be made that the more generous you make unemployment benefits, the less anxious people are going to be to get back to work, said Matt Zwolinski, director of the Center of Ethics, Economics, and Public Policy at the University of San Diego. UBI supporters point to Stockton's 2019 program, the first in the state, which found that full-time employment among participants increased by 12% in the program's first year. Participants who received $1,000 monthly from 2019 to 2021 reported greater financial stability month to month that enabled them to...
No kidding. How did getting $1,000 a month affect you? Well, I had more money. I had an extra $1,000 a month. Imagine that.
That enabled them to buy the necessary food, pay off unexpected costs, and increase their overall well-being. Mm-hmm. Zwolinski worries that the pilot's 1 to 2 year timeframes limit the evidence researchers can pull from the data. And there's a quote here, and it goes on. Let's see. It goes into more of a personal interest story here at the end of an example. But here's what jumped out at me, and I've seen some of it before, but I kind of took the deep dive to see what it was all about. Universal basic income championed by Martin Luther King Jr. Have you heard that sentiment being thrown around?
No, I haven't.
Okay,
I also don't. Yeah.
So I went down the rabbit. I was like, what are they talking about here? According to this Medium.com article, basic income, the giant quote here, the solution to poverty is to abolish it directly by a now widely discussed measure, the guaranteed income. Mm-hmm. This is Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos or Community, 1967. That's Martin Luther King Jr.'s last book. And this article from Medium goes through all the times MLK Jr. has stated the whole guaranteed income. Mm-hmm. And it's, pretty straightforward in terms of like, hey, for example, here, there's a great deal that the society can and must do if the Negro is to gain the economic security that he needs. Now, one of the answers, it seems to me, is guaranteed annual income, a guaranteed minimum income for all people, for all families of our country. Proud applause. It seems to me that civil rights movements must now begin to organize for the guaranteed annual income, begin to organize people all over our country and mobilize forces that we can bring to the attention of our nation, this need. And this is something which I believe will go a long, long way towards dealing with the Negro's economic problems and the economic problem which many other poor people confront in our nation. And there's a few others here, and I won't read all of them. He goes through another one about the guaranteed annual income.
Yeah.
And I had the suspicion that I was like, I'm wondering if, I don't know if he meant like the same thing as a UBI, like a direct government thing, or if he's just saying like, oh, we need to make sure everybody has jobs.
Yeah, like a New Deal type of thing.
Right. And so there's this one quote that...
not the Green New Deal, by the way. But
right. Right, the original New Deal.
FDR, who was it? Who did the New?
I gotta look it up.
Yeah, I don't know.
And this quote, which is in the same article, I think is that giveaway. Martin Luther King Jr. quote: "We are demanding an emergency program to provide employment for everyone in need of a job, or if a work program is impractical, a guaranteed annual income at levels that sustain life in decent circumstances." So it's like, okay. But what do you mean impractical? Like what are who gets to decide what's impractical, which is challenging. It is now incontestable that the wealth and resources of the U.S. make the elimination of poverty absolutely practical. So, yeah, it seems he seems to have some resemblance of something like a UBI, maybe not directly.
I mean, he said right there, guaranteed employment,
right? And that's the main thing.
A UBI,
right? It's similar, but in terms of with the people that aren't able, but in terms of the main point,
employment was already done in the U.S. and it did a great job of pulling us out of the Great Depression.
Yeah. So I thought it was very interesting and kind of cherry picking for anybody who pushes UBI to promote MLK Jr. as a spokesperson. 40 years after his passing. That was kind of strange. But, I went down a little deeper in the rabbit trail there.
Come, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
And I had no idea that this existed. Maybe some people in the chat and people listening out there already knew about this. And this is dailymail.co.uk. This article is a little bit older. It's from May 2019. The MLK tapes, secret FBI recordings, accuse Martin Luther King Jr. of watching and laughing as a pastor raped a woman, having 40 extramarital affairs, and they are under lock in a U.S. archive, claims author. Now, this isn't just some random author, okay?
Okay.
I'll read a little bit here. Secret FBI tapes accuse Martin Luther King Jr. of having extramarital affairs with 40 to 45 women, and even claim he looked on and laughed at a pastor friend who raped a parishioner, an author has claimed. The civil rights hero was also heard allegedly joking. He was the founder of the, quote, International Association for the Advancement of Women's Parts there, on an agency recording that was obtained by bugging his room, according to the sensational claims made by biographer David Garrow, a Pulitzer Prize-winning author and biographer of MLK. Writing in British magazine Standpoint, Garrow says that the shocking files could lead to a, quote, painful historical reckoning for a man who is celebrated across the world for his campaign against racial injustice. Along with many U.S. civil rights figures, King was subject to an FBI campaign of surveillance ordered by Director J. Edgar Hoover in an effort to undermine his power amid fears he could have links to the Communist Party.
Yeah, well, I would also add to that there's an FBI campaign of surveillance and propaganda.
That's was going to be my point. Was that could this be part of the smear campaign? Right.
Right. Yeah.
The FBI surveillance tape details his indiscretions are being held in a vault at the U.S. National Archives and are not due for release until 2027. So we will know.
What does that mean? For release?
I don't know. It's maybe there's classified documents that can't be declassified until there's like a cap on it for years. But David Garrow, a biographer of King who won a Pulitzer Prize for his 1987 book, Bearing the Cross about the Baptist Minister, has unearthed the FBI summaries of the various incidents. In an article to be published on Standpoint, Garrow tells how the FBI planted transmitters and 2 lamps in hotel rooms booked by King in January 1964, according to the Sunday Times. The files in King's hotel room, the files claim they then discussed which women among parishioners would be suitable for natural, quote, unnatural and unnatural sex acts. And it goes on and on and on here about, all the depravity there. So that's what I thought too, is that, hey, there is something called the COINTELPRO proper. This was the actual COINTELPRO operative that was run against MLK Jr. And there's this PR log press release distribution article here. CIA case officer exposes U.S. government's role in MLK assassination. This was published in 2008. And just a couple highlights here. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated. However, over 40 years after his untimely death, questions remain about the identities of the assassins and their backers. In short, who is specifically responsible? Luttrell Osborne Sr., former CIA case officer of over 26 years, has his own top-down approach based on his work with many prominent figures in his investigation. The assassination of Dr. King took place against the backdrop of domestic spying that is now rapidly becoming institutionalized in the U.S. The FBI Dirty Tricks program, called COINTELPRO, targeted King as an adversary and, quote, enemy of the state. The world has come to honor him as an intrinsic part of the soul of America. COINTELPRO was a questionable and possibly unconstitutional clandestine activity, manipulating the socio-political landscape by disrupting the exercise of First Amendment rights. They suppressed speaking, teaching, meeting, advocacy, writing, and publishing with vigilante-style domestic covert action and propaganda used against American citizens. Agents infiltrated organizations, conducted dirty tricks, psychological warfare, and used the legal system break-ins, stalking, assaults, and beatings for harassment. They inflicted physical, emotional, and economic damage and did not stop short of using assassinations to neutralize their adversaries. Osborne encourages us to share his conclusions about government dirty tricks. And it goes into the, how some of these covert operations took place and the sentiments of it. And so that was my first thought, was like, hey, could this be part of the whole MLK was, had some nasty things that were recorded by the FBI. Could that be part of the smear campaign? But if it was, how come it didn't come out? How come it's like mentioned now? And are we going to?
I believe it was. I mean, see, I've always heard that there, the rumors or whether or not it was actually true or not. There's always been talk about, he wasn't necessarily like a great guy. He's more of an icon,
right?
And, means a lot to the sort of the movement in America, kind of like Gandhi, Gandhi beat his wife and Gandhi was a horrible guy, and then did this other stuff too. So I don't know how much of that. I think that they put out like a lot of the stuff about his philandering. I don't know about those exact quotes that you read. Those might be maybe new. But at the time, the FBI did do a lot to slander him during his life to try to take down the movement.
Right. I think the article, this Daily Mail article, mentions how they told him about, how they had tapes and then encouraged him to commit suicide and stuff like that. So
yeah, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of this, a lot of that came out during the time that they were trying to stifle his movement or whatever.
It is interesting in light of the modern BLM movement and just the racial stuff here, how he can be used in that process. And I think we're seeing some of it here with the UBI talk.
Mm-hmm.
But it'll be interesting to see, how this plays out.
Do you listen to MoFax?
I haven't in a while. I haven't listened to his podcast in a few episodes.
So MoFax with Adam Curry and MoFax, they did an episode on Martin Luther King. And MoFax did a great breakdown of the whole situation. Goes into the time Martin Luther King spent, or maybe it was his father, spent in Germany and all this crazy stuff. So I'm trying to look it up right now to get the episode number for y'all. But check it out on podcatchers out there. Just search for MO Facts with a Z with Adam Curry. And MoFax does a great job of breaking down a lot of stuff about Martin Luther King that a lot of people didn't know. Right. And for those who haven't heard of it, MoFax with Adam Curry is sort of an intersectional experience between Adam Curry of the No Agenda Show and MoFax, who I think he has a pretty good YouTube following. But he's a black guy who does he talks about a lot of the racial stuff throughout American history and what's currently going on now. If you like this show or No Agenda, you should definitely check out MoFax.
Yeah. I just, shooting from the hip here, but anytime there's an assassination, this includes JFK. It's very common to take the side of the assassinated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just because, they're dead. They got,
sure.
It does appear to be a plot against them to kill them.
They are explicitly, by definition, a victim in the situation.
Right. But it does make me wonder if the reasons for the assassination aren't a little bit more, kept closer to the chest in terms of the narrative than we are led to believe. I don't know. I mean, even with JFK, it's like, okay, wasn't there stuff about how he basically manipulated the elections or stole the election or did some kind of election meddling or something? I can't remember what it was, but
who?
JFK.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, he had all those mob connections, and the mob, did a bunch of stuff. They think the mob did a lot of election meddling and intimidation and things like that. So,
right. So, I mean, it's always interesting that in history, we look back and we either, turn people into martyrs or complete haters. Hitler gets the brunt of it in our generation. It's like anytime you mention Hitler, it's like automatic bad guy. And then guys like MLK Jr., automatic good guy, and I just feel like that's a dangerous thing. It's bordering, what's the word I'm looking for? Idolizing, and while
it's creating a mythology, a mythology that can be used to manipulate and to, kind of like 9/11. The biggest thing about 9/11 was that it created a mythology of terrorism and, we're not safe in the homeland. And that mythology then is used as a trigger to control populations later on. So, and the U.S. is really good at creating modern mythologies. The episode is MoFax, episode 22, The Dream Machine. MoFax with Adam Curry for January 21st, 2020, episode number 22. Adam and Mo deconstruct Martin Luther King Jr. in a way you've never heard. Check it out.
There you go.
All right. Anything else you want to wrap up there?
Nope. I think that's it.
Okay. Let's do it. Let's take a little break. We'll celebrate some producers.
It's break time. Come on.
Yeehaw! All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere, because after the break, we're going to be talking about the cyber pandemic, Biden getting China wrapped up in our new, cyber war. We got some Israeli news as well. Then, of course, we're going to be checking in with the Great Reset and cryptocurrency, things like that. And then, of course, at the end, everybody's favorite, a NEPHILIM update. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. But for now, we're going to take a second and thank some producers, take a look at some art, and all sorts of fun stuff. And we get to do this because we are on the value for value model. That's right, baby. You may have noticed, if you're new to the show, no advertisements, no affiliate codes, no super mail enhancement supplements for sale. That's right. We have been lucky enough, or blessed enough, to be able to disconnect from the overarching evil empire of the advertising industry. And a lot of people out there, they think, oh, I don't mind ads. It's all good. Yeah, play the ads. I'm able to tune out because I am a superhuman cognitive machine. Sorry, folks. Studies have shown that people who think they are immune to advertisements are the most corruptible by advertising itself. And here's the thing. The advertising industry is the justification for all the internet's woes. The studies have shown that people who think they are...
Sorry.
Yeah. Wow, playing myself back to myself. Are you trying to... Are you trying to let me know what I sound like when I go rambling on about advertising?
Put a little mirror up to you?
Yeah,
we do have a note to read.
I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it. And so, anywho, yes, advertising's evil. It's bad for you. It's the main dominant economic force for media. And, if you do advertising or affiliate codes or whatever, you are censored. Every corporate sponsorship is a form of censorship. And it's an issue because when you take advertising dollars, you are then beholden to the advertiser. And that's what's wrong with the world today. But I don't need to pitch it any further because our producer, Kim W., thank you very much, Kim W., sent us a little note about what the value for value model means to her. Are you ready to hear about it, Gons?
Yes.
Goes like this. Dear Canary Cry, I appreciate the value for value model for several reasons. So many podcasts use ads or podcast players add ads before, during, and after the shows. I don't actually oppose advertisement entirely, but I've encountered multiple incidents of highly offensive advertisements. Oh, interesting. Such as V ads. I think she's referring to WACCINE advertisements, Gons. V ads from the state in which my server is located, and ads where companies highlight their support for the Alphabet Crew and their month. The alphabet, I love the code words here. Being added to Christian podcasts by hosts who routinely discuss the dangers and moral objections to the V and are dedicated to the truth of Scripture and living in obedience to it. Declining advertising eliminates these issues entirely. That's right. That is another aspect of it that I guess I hadn't really considered, which is when you take advertising from companies, so many of these companies have turned into, corporate activists. And if they're giving you money, they can put whatever they want on their advertising, even if it's maybe something you don't want to advertise on your show. Right. Kim continues, another reason is that the value for value model is significantly more efficient. Affiliate links only earn the podcaster a percentage of the cost of the item sold. Yeah, it's usually less than 10%, by the way. It is much easier to support podcasters directly if you don't have much extra income on a regular basis than to purchase affiliate products that may be overpriced or unneeded just because you want to help someone you care about continue making a show you enjoy. Yeah, I like that. It's all about the direct connection. You don't need to get affiliates involved here. Lastly, this model, on this show at least, provides me with a platform to reach far more brothers and sisters with encouragement through notes attached to my producership. Even if I chose to use social media, I doubt I could ever issue a scripture memory challenge or highlight verses on my heart to as many people as I am reaching through these notes. I'm incredibly grateful and blessed by this privilege and endeavor to use it responsibly for the glory of God and the edification of the saints. Producer Kimberly. Well, thank you very much, Producer Kimberly.
Yeah,
I think those are great points that I don't know if we've really ever brought up before.
Yeah, definitely some intricacies and angles that only a producer would understand.
Yeah, and you that's the kind of subtle like thinking you have to do, really, to really realize the value of the value for value model. There's not just like, oh, money go here.
Right.
Money go here. I purchase things. No, it's a very subtle understanding of the intricacies of V4V versus advertising. That's very cogent. Very cogent.
Cognate. You had the word in your head and then you read it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah.
Anything to add?
Not really. I think it's pretty self-explanatory there.
Okay. You nailed it. Thank you very much, Kimberly. And now we'll thank some producers. The first way to become a producer of the show is by heading over to patreon.com/CCNT for Canary Cry News Talk. That's patreon.com/CCNT. Gons, are you ready?
I am ready. Yep.
Yay, we've got a few new and upgrading producers over on the Patreon. And the first returning producer is producer Laura E.
Thank you, Laura E.
Back on board. Thank you very much, Laura E., for your monthly commitment to producing the show there. Next, we have an upgrading producer of a longtime producer. That is producer Kathy G.
Kathy G, thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathy G. Next, lastly on this Patreon, we have producer Hannah coming in hot.
Thank you, producer Hannah.
Thank you very much.
Ladies coming in strong.
The ladies, yeah, girls' night over here on the on the Patreon. Yeah. And not to be outdone, we do have another Patreon account called patreon.com/CanaryCry.Radio. Canary Cry Radio is a different show. You are currently listening to Canary Cry News Talk. Canary Cry Radio is an interview-style show we've been doing since 2012. We do have a Patreon for that, and we want to thank those producers as well. That's patreon.com/CanaryCry.Radio, and a new producer named Marcy T.
Thank you, Marcy T.
Yeah, the ladies' night continues over on the Patreon. Marcy T, thank you very much. All right, but here's the thing, folks. If you don't like Patreon, that's okay. A lot of people don't like Patreon. We support you. That's why we have CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
That's right. CanaryCryRadio.com/support is a great place. It's a wonderful place, a magical place. You can learn about the value for value model. You can learn about the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames. You can support the show with your cryptocurrency. But best of all, you can come in with a monthly producership if you just want to set it and forget it and commit to producing the show on a monthly basis. Or if commitment is not your thing, you can make a one-time producership in any amount. Gons, who's coming in on the PayPal?
First up on the PayPal, we have our executive producer for episode number 364, and that is Elijah P.
Woo! Did you call him an executive producer?
Executive level.
Sheesh. Thank you very much, executive producer Elijah P. And Elijah sent a note here. I absolutely love your show and have to donate to keep you guys going. God bless. Otherwise, I'd be sad if you had to get corporate jobs and I didn't have your awesome podcast. Elijah, I've never felt so seen. It would be very sad if we had to get corporate jobs.
I don't think I would.
Awesome podcast.
I would not last in a corporate job.
No.
You know, the wife has a corporate job, and I tell her every day, I don't know how you do it.
No, I wouldn't be able to do it either. I'd probably just languish in some other thing. It would be a sad day. Thank you very much, Elijah P., and thank you for your concern.
Thank you for the producership and the executive producership, that is. Next up, we have producer John K.
Producer John K. coming in at $53.33. One of our Illuminati handlers here says, Jesus is Lord. Love you guys and all you do. The more I listen, the more I appreciate your insight. Thank you. Thank you so much. I love that generative idea where, the more you listen, the more beneficial it becomes. And I think that's true because if you've listened for any length of time, not only do the episodes and the sort of knowledge base builds off itself constantly, but I think it's also good sort of training to start seeing these connections as they happen, as you see them happen in real life, in your own life there. So thank you very much, Producer John K.
Yeah, thank you, John K. Next up, we have Producer Cherie.
Woo! Producer Cherie, thank you very much. Producer Cherie actually came in twice. One for $33.33. Dun, dun, dun. What is that? That's a fanny pack full of threes. Thank you very much. Then she came in again with $3.33, a pocket full. So we got a pocket and a fanny pack. Thank you very much. And she says here, she's one of our Illuminati handlers, and her note says, this Illuminati handler is requesting prayer for healing. I had a fairly major oral surgery last week. Ooh, that just triggered me. My goodness. Sorry, Cherie. And I'm still experiencing quite a bit of pain, swelling, difficulty eating, and speaking. I appreciate it. Thank you, my fellow Canarians. Well, there you go. Canary Cry producers, listen up. We got producer Cherie here who we need to speed up the healing from that oral surgery. So sorry to hear that, Cherie, but the producers are on the job. And then Cherie sent another note here with that second producership. Says, quick note to say my husband, an Army veteran, also received the exact same letter from the VA. Oh, wow. This came in during the show. Yeah, interesting. He laughed and threw it out. I imagine that was the response.
Hallelujah.
I imagine that was the response from most of the receivers of that letter. I've never been happier about my influence on him. Red pill mission successful. Woo! Well, good.
Very
That's
good.
Great news, Producer
Awesome.
Cherie, and thank you for your support.
Thank you, Cherie, and thank you for her husband.
Yeah.
For serving.
Yeah. Oh, yes, absolutely.
And throwing out that letter. Good stuff. Next up, we have producer Robert G.
Robert G, thank you very much for your producership.
Yep.
It didn't come in an amount that we would usually read, so we appreciate it very much. Producer Robert G, thanks for supporting the show.
Next up, producer Tammy C.
Tammy C coming in with $13.64. $13.64. The number one stands for you guys are the number one podcast. Yeah. And 364 is for the next show number. Okay. So this is your number one producership mixed with the show number producership. I think that is right anyway. She says, love you guys. Love you back, Tammy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tammy. Very creative. I like that. That was a creative use of numbers.
I like it.
Next up, we have producer Grace.
Producer Grace coming in with 1133, one of our Illuminati handlers. Bless you guys. Keep on doing what you're doing. You are such a blessing to this community, Miss G Beauty. Thank you very much, Miss G Beauty.
We missed the quote art from producer Grace.
Oh, yes. One of our formerly prolific artists. Thank you very much, Grace.
Yeah.
She's busy. She's got chickens and stuff.
Yeah, I know. Next up, we have Sir Casey the Shield Knight.
There he is, and it's a big day, Gons. Sir Casey the Shield Knight came in with 1033, and Sir Casey is on a streak.
They're on a streak.
Our longest running streaker. This is his 33rd episode in a row supporting the show, which means we have a new streak amount, which currently the name of the 33 streak, that means Sir Casey the Shield Knight is an illuminated lizard master shill. That's right. An illuminated Lizard Master Shill. He has entered the cosmos and is floating around space. And he's a lizard person. And he's illuminating. So
Shill. Shill for sure.
Here we go. Thank you very much.
That's a Shillzilla jingle.
Yeah.
Jingle,
Yeah,
but we can repurpose it if you'd like.
Ooh, Zingle. Zingle is a cool new name for the things. So thank you very much. That was the best I could come up with. But I think Illuminated Lizard Master Shill says it all for supporting the show 33 episodes in a row. Sir Casey, not only was Sir Casey one of our first knights, but also he is our first illuminated
streaker.
Lizard Master Shill. So thank you very much.
Oh my gosh. All right.
Yeah, we gotta get a jingle made for that.
Sir Casey's CV is going to be very interesting when he
put that on your LinkedIn there, Sir Casey.
All the credentials from Canary Cry News Stock producerships here.
You know what? This is a good opportunity, just because he supported the show so much. Sir Casey's got a business that I think any Marvel-loving Canarians out there should patronize. Patronize? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
If you like Marvel, if you like cool stuff, Sir Casey puts a lot of hard work into creating some pretty incredible Marvel replicas, of which I have been scoping his store there. I want to make sure we get the URL right. So let me try this. Do you remember the exact thing?
No,
He did
I
not
don't.
ask us to do this, by the way. I'm doing this on my own volition. But he is such a consistent supporter of the show, and we love.
I have it. It was in my it was in my thing here. It's shield-labs.myshopify.com.
Shield-labs. Okay, I'm typing it in right now. myshopify.com. We got to get him another URL.
Maybe there is. Maybe this is like the URL.
The back end.
There could be like a different
shield-labs.myshopify.com. Let me click into that right there. No, this says, sorry, this shop is currently unavailable. Well, he moved his shop somewhere.
Well, I have it here pulled up, so.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe my VPN maybe it's unavailable in like Austria, where I'm currently running from. Huh. Okay. Well, you got it up. Good. So there you go. Shield Labs, Sir Casey, the Shield Knight, makes some awesome stuff. One of these days, I'm going to get a Thor's hammer or something from him.
Thor's hammer, the all metal gauntlet replica prop looks pretty cool.
Yeah, he makes the I believe I've seen not just Thor's gauntlet. Yeah, there it is. Thor's, what is the name of that thing? Yeah, it's
hammer prop.
Because he can't put the official copywritten names of things, so he's got other names of things.
Ooh, he's got the reactor replica prop too.
He's got the Iron Man, not just the Thanos gauntlet, but the Iron Man gauntlet as well. So there you go. Sorry if we embarrassed or brought too much attention to you today, Sir Casey, but we're just very proud of your producership and the work that you do. So there we go.
All right, let's keep going. Next up, we have Malik W.
Yes, producer Malik, and Malik is on a streak.
They're on a streak.
That's right. Malik is currently on a 2-episode streak, and he sends a note, Isaiah 57:15, I refresh the humble and give new courage to those with repentant hearts.
Amen.
Thank you very much, producer Malik.
Thank you, Malik. Next up, we have Tristan H.
That's right. Tristan H coming in hot. Tristan H is also on a streak.
They're on a streak.
$3.80. And Tristan sent a note clarifying. We've noticed over the past few episodes, Tristan was on the show number producership program for a long time, but then switched it up to some other numbers that had us confused. But we have a note here. It says, I wanted to offer a simple, albeit underwhelming, explanation for the producership amounts lately that I have been outside of my usual episode show number format. parenthetical, although I do appreciate the assumption of complexity on Basil's behalf. I feel responsible for too much dead air while Basil's gears grind to an audible halt. Whoa, burn. Okay. I'm just kidding. I'm just sending $1 an hour of episode runtime as posted in Apple Podcasts, prorated. This isn't an attempt at communicating a la beautiful mind, but if these numbers are speaking to you, please make an appointment with a neurologist. There may be a tumor.
It's not a tumor.
I do not have a tumor. This is, I like this. Thank you, Tristan. But I like this idea because it's reminiscent of what is being set up for Podcasting 2.0. In Podcasting 2.0, you are able to set up via Bitcoin Satoshi transfers a value per minute.
You can
of the
set
show.
it. You can set it up per minute. You can set it up per hour.
Yeah.
It's you can set it up any way you want, which is kind of the power of it.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a great idea. I wish there was a system that we could like just set up where people could sign up for this, like through PayPal. But I don't know. Maybe there is. It's too complicated though. But yeah, I don't know. I like this. I think this is a great inspiration for people who love long shows and want to support the show. Just $1 an hour of show. I think it's a good idea. We'll see if anybody else jumps on the train. Thank you very much, producer Tristan.
Thank you, Tristan.
20 episodes in a row. Wow,
Yep.
Thank you.
An angel for truth in the chat saying Bitcoin is dumping. Just wait. Just wait before the end of the year.
All is going according to plan.
Before the big blow off top. All right. Next up is Scott K.
Scott K is on a streak.
Yes, he is.
They're on a streak.
26 episodes in a row, coming in with 364, the show number producership. Thank you very much, Scott K.
Thank you, Scott K. Next up, we have James G.
James G is also on a streak. That's right. 2 episodes in a row, coming in with a pocket full of threes. Says, okay, I smell. Oh, yeah, we got the note from James G last episode about his producerships causing trouble at home. But here we've got an update. Okay, he says, I smoothed things out with the wife. Shout out to the Discord community where we'll be hosting online first degree EA Masonic initiations. James, people are going to take you seriously. This is unofficial, so please use code word 6 Semper Tyrannis. Thanks, guys, the friendly Freemason.
Oh, no.
We've been infiltrated by James G, the friendly Freemason. You rascal.
You know, I have to confess, when I was reading this note, when it first came in, I was doing things very quickly. And I saw the note come in and I read it real quick. And what I read was, I smothered out the wife. And I thought, oh no.
Oh, no.
I was like,
poor
no.
lady.
Then I'm like, oh wait, no, smooth things out. Okay, that's much
Smooth
better.
it out. Okay, well, we're glad things are back to normal at home there, James. I don't know how I feel about Masonic initiations going on in the Discord channel.
Can we just shoot all the Masons out into alleged space? Because, if you believe in the firmament, they're just going to splat on the firmament, right?
That's racist, Gons. That's
Racist?
violence. That's violent extremism. Stop it.
I wonder if that would be considered violent extremism.
It would.
Just shoot him out there. Launch them into the firmament.
That is, by definition, violently extreme.
Yeah, but then you'd have to admit there's a firmament.
Okay, both can be true. Let's keep moving.
Checkmate. All right.
Jeez.
Kim W.
Thank you very much. Kim W is on a streak.
They're on a streak.
19 episodes in a row, coming in with a pocket full of threes. We thank her for her value for value note at the beginning, but the rest of her note goes as follows. Fellow Canarians, how are you doing with memorizing the Sermon on the Mount? If you are new to memorizing scripture, don't give up. This is one challenge that is always worth the effort. Remember that one day, maybe sooner than we think, some of us may no longer have access to scripture in any form, but what we and those around us have memorized. Matthew 5:17, Do not think that I came to destroy the law or the prophets. I did not come to destroy, but to fulfill. For assuredly I say to you, till heaven and earth pass away, one jot or one tittle will by no means pass from the law till all is fulfilled. August 7th is approaching. Fast approaching. That's right. Kim W. is having the meetup up there in Estacada, Oregon and Washington meetup on August 7th. The note continues. Details of the Oregon-Washington meetup in Estacada will be finalized soon. Feel free to save following. Oh, yeah. So there you go. If you're in Oregon or Washington and want to go to a meetup with some other Canarians, there's going to be one in Estacada. They're going to go Bigfoot hunting, do some other fellowship. Get ready to take a note here, because I'm going to give you the email address for producer Kim W. The email address is maidservantofchrist88 at protonmail.com. maidservantofchrist88 at protonmail.com. Send her an email, get connected, get the deets, and show up to the meetup. It's always a great time. And, people are always complaining. They want to know more people who are on the level. And this is a great way to do it. Show up to the meetup, make some friends for life. Again, that's maidservantofchrist88 at protonmail.com. Thank you very much, Producer Kim W.
Thank you, Producer Kim W. And lastly, from the PayPal, we have Gail M.
Gail M., thank you very much, coming in with $3.16. And Gail is on a streak.
She is?
Yes.
They're on a streak.
Sorry, I didn't see it in the note there. So
I know, I didn't put it there. I had it right here. She has been producing for 3 episodes in a row.
All right.
Which means she gets a jingle, because, Gail is heating up.
He's heating up.
Well, it said he, but we know it's a she.
Yeah, we know. Thank you very much, Gail, for your continued support.
Thank you, Gail. And we thank all of our producers, knights and dames out there supporting the show, producing the show. It's very, very good. We're very, very grateful for all of you. Mm-hmm. And, it's very much like Hollywood. You guys are producing the show. So
it's legit.
Don't think it's legit. Yeah,
it's legit. You can put it on your resume, put it on your LinkedIn. Do it. We'll vouch for you.
Yep.
If anybody asks.
And we picked up a few episodes, no, more than a few. Several episodes ago, we did start publishing all the names of our producers on each show notes. To give them proper credit.
Yeah, so you got the link there. You can just go to the show notes. Prove your producership.
And other ways you can produce the show is with your time and your talent. We want to thank Christine C. for doing the timestamps for episode 363, I believe it was the last one.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay.
I made sure, because I messed up last time.
Thank you very much, Christine C.
Thank you, Christine C. And we also accept jingles as part of your producership.
We have a new jingle. Never cry new stuff.
This first jingle comes from Veronica. Thank you, producer Veronica. And she sent in Streakers. The note here says, y'all requested new Streakers jingle a few shows ago, and hopefully y'all like the one I made. My first one. This is Veronica. See y'all later, alligator, on the Canary Cry community page.
Streakers. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much.
Wow, there's a lot going on there.
It's like a party.
The energy was there. Thank you, Veronica. All right, good. We've got some alternate Streakers jingles. Thank you very much.
Thank you, producer Veronica.
See you later, alligator, on the Canary Cry community.
Yep. And also, this one came in the last episode, and we totally dropped the ball on it. I had the name written, and then we just didn't do it. But to make up for it today, Aaron J. brought some jingles or ISOs, sound clips, really. So thank you, Aaron J. Appreciate that. And the note here, Supernova Fantastic. I'm not sure if you'll see this, but 2 sound clips, not sure where else to send them for Supernova Streak. I know you have one, but the two alternative, I guess, might want to make the sound better. Both are from Fantastic Four in 2005. Hope they work. Blessings, Aaron. Okay, so they were a little rough on the volume and the sound quality. We'll play I had to boost the volume on a couple of them. So here's the first one he sent in.
Johnny, Supernova. We agreed that was bad.
It sounds good. It just needs to be clear. So I think we need to go digging around Fantastic Four.
Well, it sounds like a good. Yeah, it sounds like a good clip, but it sounds like he recorded it off his TV with his phone or something.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. All right. Well, we can go find that clip. We can clip it out ourselves. So it was a good find. It was more of a signal alert.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Letting us know. And here's a second one just to play it here.
Not only could you kill yourself, but you can set fire to Earth's atmosphere and destroy all human life as we know. Got it. Supernova. Bad.
I can't really understand it. I heard the word supernova though, so I know it's going to be good. We'll find those clips and clip them out the official way. Thank you very much, Aaron J.
Yep, Aaron J. We appreciate that. And so there you go. That's the jingles, and we have only have a couple pieces of art to share today.
One art, please.
And let me double check. I don't think we got more than a couple. Did one come in? I think one came in during the show. I think we're going to save this one for after.
Yeah, it's hard. It takes some work to line them up for the show, so you got to send them in before the show. But we'll put that one on the next show.
But this first one comes from Dame Allie.
One RP, another one from Allie. Now here it is.
And Dame Allie's piece here is captioned like literal show art. Allie said someone in the community wanted a bumper sticker, so this is artwork for that. I'll be working on the design as soon as our internet is working again. That's Epony Blaze, I believe. Bringing that note to us for Allie, and here it is. I mean, it's just basically looks like a...
It's great. Bumper sticker ratio there. We've got the Canary Cry News Talk logo in the middle. On the left side, it's like, it's me.
Whoa,
or at least as much of...
We're like, it's like we turned into little pencil drawings.
Yeah.
I'm tripping out looking at the feed. It's like, there we are, and then there we are.
Okay, he's having a psychedelic experience. So for those who are just listening on the feed here, she's recreated our presented selves on the stream on either side of the logo. And wonderful, very good. Look at those googly eyes, looking beautiful as ever. Gons, you're wearing a hat. Good job.
Thanks, I guess.
I mean, I'm sorry. I'm just so smitten by the googly eyes. How could I pay attention to anything else? Thank you very much, producer Allie. And yeah, sounds like there might be some bumper stickers somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks good.
Well, maybe if those become available, let us know. We'll tell people about them.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much, producer Allie.
Dame
Allie. I got to get used to that. I know. Gotta get that in my brain.
I know. Your girl's all grown up.
I know. Next, we have Sir to be Dove.
Woo! Thank you very much.
And the note here, Peace wanted to start off by giving a huge thanks to Aaron J. He's the one that did an honorific knighthood.
He's his patron.
Patron for Dove's knighthood. I don't even know if thank you is strong enough. What a wild surprise it was riding back from Chicago with the wife and hearing that live. I was definitely shocked. I really can't thank you enough, though. That was super generous. My art for today got drawn up after your realization of the Air Bud clause in the Constitution, where it doesn't...
There's no rule in the Constitution that says the Speaker of the House can't be a golden retriever.
Where it doesn't technically say that a dog can't be Speaker of the House. I thought it'd make for a good illustration, but more than an illustration, it would make for a better reality if we could only convince the golden retriever to get into politics. Hope you guys like it. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll keep praying for yins. That's Dove. Oh, and P.S. for my knighting, I wish to be Sir Dove of Rustbeltia.
Yes.
So it'll be Sir Dove, Knight of Rustbeltia.
Yes,
Correct?
we'll be knighting you later on. So we got that. Thank you very much. And yes, as advertised here, we have the classic shot of the Speaker of the House podium. We've got the giant American flag unfurled in the back. On the left, we've got Kamala Harris standing up in her white suit. And Gons, maybe you can read what her mask says for me.
Her mask says "laughs maniacally" in parentheses.
That would be a great mask. What is her little pin there? Is that Nimrod pinned on her lapel?
It's either Nimrod or Nebuchadnezzar. It's the golden statue.
Nebuchadnezzar, yeah. Oh, that's good. And in front of Kamala on the podium there, she's got the Biden family Necronomicon making another famous appearance there. It's the crazy big weird Bible that apparently is family Bible. It's super old that he took his oaths on. And next to that, we've got a human skull filled with what looks like human blood. And on the right side, there he is, our new Speaker of the House, Air Bud, maybe Speaker Bud, and a golden retriever. He's looking very dashing in his black suit and the baseball lapel pin there in front of him.
It's a basketball, but yeah. I know you're not sports, so...
Yes, I'm aware that is basketball. And this is a fun thing, Gon. So in front of him, he's got a bunch of ripped up papers, which, of course, if the golden retriever was Speaker of the House, there'd be a lot of homework eaten there in Congress. But it's also alluding to, remember when Nancy Pelosi ripped up those papers?
Yep.
In front of Trump there. Yeah, very good. And of course, we've got the Sam's Club, the Bill Gates recycled water bottle, and the Air Bud water bowl there. And we've got old Hairy Legs standing in the front. He's giving some sort of speech at the podium. He's got his Chinese flag lapel pin. We've got the derpy Baphomet on the front. And we've got the... teleprompter set up, so I'm going to do my best at reading backwards, but good detail there, Dove. Says, "You're a lying dog-faced pony soldier." I do like to think that was not just a off-the-cuff Bidenism, that was actually on some sort of teleprompter. So there you go. Thank you very much, producer Dove, and can't wait to knight you a little bit later on.
Yep. That later on is right now, because that's it for the art. Okay. And I think it's time to knight producer Dove. Sir Dove.
Okay, here we go. So here's my VR sword. You can't see it, but I guarantee it's here.
Hold on. There you go.
You can also see the tape holding my controller together. My new one has not come.
I blinded us out. It's just it's a knighting in progress. We can't be revealing ourselves.
Oh, I've never seen this before. Have you shown this knighting thing before?
Not this one. This one's new.
Oh, I like it. Okay, cool.
All right, let me pull out my katana here.
Oh, no, I've lost it. Hold on, here we go. We want to call up Dove. Thank you very much, Dove, for your generous support of the show in the form of arts, but also... you have your account has been brought up to the amount of $1,000 or more. Please step forward to the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames, where we have a seat for you. And we are proud to pronounce you Sir Dove, Knight of Rustabilitia. Please join us at the Canary Cry Roundtable, where we have the belt of truthful truthiness, the breastplate of righteous righteousness, the custom-fit Birkenstocks to carry forth the gospel of peace, the shield of ferocious faith, the helmet of substantiating salvation, the supernatural sword of the spirit, and of course, adorable samurai babies, infinitely cute kitties for cuddling. And if you're hungry, we have fancy feast, wet food carved from Cosmo the CRISPR cow, and of course, fried wormicorns. Welcome to the Canary Cry Knights and Dames Roundtable. Sir Dove, Knight of Rustabilitia. And the crowd goes wild. Wow. It's thank you. And we'll be sure to add our new knight to the roundtable on the website there. And wow, what a wonderful spree of knighting artists we've had recently.
Yeah.
Interesting. I kind of thought that would rile up our artist community to have more art coming in, but only art from Dame Allie and Sir Dove today.
Yeah, it's a royal artists today.
Yes, it's an artist's nobility spree we've been. So thank you and of course, thank you to Aaron J for being the patron of Sir Dove. Loving it.
Yep, appreciate it.
Right.
Real quick, let's do meetups. Yeah, where's my meetup jingle? Here it is.
Canary Cry Meetup.
We have the Arizona meetup happening this upcoming weekend, July 24th at 1 p.m. At the Bible Museum Wildflower Bread Company. All information can be had at if you contact Ciara Lauren93@gmail.com. That's CIARALAUREN93@gmail.com. And Ciara also has a list of upcoming meetups. Save the date. Arizona, July 24th. That's this weekend. Georgia, August 21st. Missouri on 9/11. Ohio, October 30th. And of course, you can create your own, which people like Kim W have done. And I think we already mentioned Kim W's.
Yep. Estacada, August 7th.
August 7th. So that's coming up. We really need to figure out
Is the Arizona one the one at the Bible Museum?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and if you have yet to RSVP for that, or you want to get more information, you can send an email to ciaralauren93@gmail.com. That's CIARALAUREN93@gmail.com. Can't wait to get the meetup report.
Yep. I have this in the notes here, the third one there in the notes. Are we doing anything with that yet, or are we waiting for more information?
I'm sorry, what was the question? I wasn't listening.
Meetups. Look in the notes.
In the notes.
Yeah, we have a third.
In our notes?
Yes, there's a third person that contacted us a couple times that wanted to.
Oh no, I'm waiting to hear details.
Okay.
When we have details, we will put out the meetups.
Okay. Can we mention the location at the very least, so that there's a little heads
there
up?
are a couple of people talking about doing meetups in Pensacola, Florida, and then Kentucky as well.
Okay. Perfect.
I don't see the note you're talking about, but I'm assuming you're talking about one of those two people.
Yes, that's correct.
So, here's the thing: anybody can put on a meetup. That's the beautiful thing about it. Producer Ciara, producer Kim, they all put on their own meetups. We just announced them. So if you're out there and you want to put on a meetup, meet some other Canarians in your area, just do it and let us know, and we will, plan it for the future, and then we will announce it. And just a quick little rundown. I usually guide people to email producer Ciara to give them tips and tricks on how to do a meetup. So if you want to do a meetup in your area and you want some advice, email producer Ciara. Again, that's Ciara Lauren93, CIARALAUREN93@gmail.com. And just figure it out. Let us know, and we'll tell the world about it.
Yep. No.
Oh, baby alert. We've got a baby alert.
Yep. She had her curious moment.
Okay.
Barge in.
We better finish up.
We better hurry.
So you can get back to the important stuff.
I know. Yeah.
All right. Anything else? I will say, head over to CanaryCry.Party. You can find all the links. We may start sending out the episode and the show notes via the mailing list. No guarantees, but that we might start doing that. So if you want to receive those things, head to CanaryCry.Party. You'll see a little link to sign up for the mailing list. You can also get access to the Discord server, the CanaryCry.Community. You can become a producer and follow us in all sorts of other locations. If you currently, right at this moment, if you are watching on the Face Like the Sun channel, make sure to follow the backup YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/CanaryCryNewsTalk. It is not if, it is when Face Like the Sun gets taken down.
Which is already has once. So.
It has a couple times, and it is just moments away from happening again. You want to be subscribed to our backup channel if you just can't get off of YouTube. So youtube.com/CanaryCry News Talk. And that's it. Let's wake up.
Yes, it's wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
The COVID-19 crisis would be seen as a small disturbance in comparison to a major cyber pandemic.
That's right. I'm going to start us off over here on CNN.com, see what CNN has to say about this. The headline, U.S. blames China for hacks, opening new front in cyber offensive. Dun, dun, dun. Notice with CNN, when it's Russia, they say, Russia hacks. Russian-speaking Russians hack U.S. We must go to war. But when it's China, it's the U.S. we blame China for the hacks, but who really knows?
Welcome to Chinese News!
The United States and its foreign allies on Monday accused China.
How dare they
accuse China of widespread malfeasance in cyberspace, including through a massive hack of Microsoft's email system and other ransomware attacks, a dramatic escalation in the increasingly urgent attempt by the Biden administration to stave off further breaches. In a coordinated announcement, the White House and governments in Europe and Asia identified China's Ministry of State Security, the sprawling and secretive civilian intelligence agency, with using, quote, criminal contract hackers to conduct a range of destabilizing activities around the world for personal profit, including the Microsoft hack. So similar to the Russian hack storyline, where they're kind of like, it's not the government, but the government is allowing them to destabilize and hold ransom international things. You know, it's, again, this sort of circuitous route to blaming China. The administration also said China was behind a specific ransomware attack against the U.S. target that a senior administration official said involved, quote, a large ransom request, and added that Chinese ransom demands have been in the, quote, millions of dollars. Don't know why we had to put that in quotes, but okay. The public disclosure of the Chinese efforts amounts to a new front in an ongoing offensive by the Biden administration to bat away cyber threats that have exposed serious vulnerabilities in major American sectors, including energy and food production. I don't know what you're trying to do, CNN, but you're putting what a funny Freudian
synonymous,
slip there. Yeah. Putting the word bat sort of needlessly in a article about China and Chinese. It's like they're sneaking that into the Google algorithms for the coronavirus bat theory. Anyways, still, while American officials have raised concerns with the Chinese about the behavior, the U.S. is stopping short of applying new punishment on Beijing as part of Monday's announcement. The official said the U.S. was, quote, not ruling out further actions to hold China accountable. Yeah, because that works so well with Russia. Biden said Monday he isn't applying sanctions on China for its role in newly revealed cyber intrusions as his team continues to determine the extent of Beijing's actions. Quote, they're still determining exactly what happened. The investigation is not finished, Biden said after an event on the economy when questioned why he wasn't applying further punishment for China for its actions. Wow. The AI really went off the rail there for a second. The extent of Chinese involvement in hiring criminal networks to invade and extort money around the world came as a surprise to the White House, officials said.
Really?
Surprise, surprise, Biden. Quote, what we found really surprising and new here was the use of criminal contract hackers to conduct this unsanctioned cyber operation and really the criminal activity for financial gain. That was really eye-opening and surprising for us. Yeah, so surprising, a senior administration official said on Sunday ahead of the announcement. So they've done this twice now, both with Russia and with China, not saying that the government is hacking us, but that the government just sort of allowed criminals to hack us. And I don't know. I don't know if I buy this. They're trying to walk this very fine line between blaming the government, but also the problem is if it was the government, that is almost an act of war. So it seems like framing it in the way that they are, where it's like, it wasn't necessarily the government, but the government is allowing it to happen. I think that this is a little bit of I don't know. I think there's some. I don't believe it. I think
it's some beating around the bush. This tactic is not new either in terms of in world history. When I was looking at Japan's sort of the way they were operating with Yamashita's gold, and they came into all the treasure when they took it all from China, all the Silk Road stuff that they basically took. The way they sort of pushed away or kept away some of the direct scrutiny was the Emperor of Japan employed the Yakuza, like directly went to the Yakuza and said, hey, make sure some of this treasure gets protected and we'll pay you and blah, blah, blah. So I don't think it's out of the possibility of like, hey, this happened. It's more of like when things go public, it's we don't know. It's these criminals in our, like it's a way to, it's a way to kind of move the blame off. But they're all kind of together in one
Realpolitik.
Right.
Yeah, interesting. On Monday, the Justice Department announced that 4 Chinese nationals and residents were indicted by a federal grand jury in San Diego for, quote, a campaign to hack into the computer systems of dozens of victim companies, universities, and government entities in the U.S. and abroad between 2011 and 2018. 3 of these individuals, this is also something we've been seeing with all the recent cyber pandemic stuff. Klaus Schwab says, watch out. We need a great reset because the cyber pandemic's coming. It's going to be worse than anything you've ever seen. And then a lot of the claims of the reporting on this cyber pandemic, it's all from stuff that's been happening for 10 or more years.
Yeah.
So it's like, just the moment was right to suddenly start reporting on it.
What was there was a program that the Chinese had here in the U.S. There was a list that we covered probably a year and a half ago, maybe, that I forget the name of the program. Basically, it was a Chinese exchange program that was in like hundreds of universities. I forget the name of the thing. Do you remember what it was?
Confucius Institute.
Confucius Institute. There you go. Yeah. I wonder how much of that is responsible for seeding some of the.
Probably a lot. I mean, they're responsible for a lot of the corporate espionage and brain drain that's been happening to China, which. It's so funny. We have moved into this era, and it sort of happened slowly, but also we're just noticing it abruptly. All the actions being taken against the Confucius Institute, the brain drain, the corporate espionage that's been happening for decades, draining the U.S. of value and shipping it over to China. Suddenly, it seems like people actually care and stuff is happening to stop it from happening. But they tried really hard to sort of downplay the whole thing because it was very incendiary. The fact that this was happening, the fact that American politicians were benefiting from it, and a lot of them just
Dianne Feinstein.
Yeah. 3 of the individuals were Hainan State Security Department officers who were, quote, coordinating, facilitating, and managing computer hackers and linguists for front companies to conduct hacking for the, quote, benefit of China and its state-owned and sponsored instrumentalities, the department said. Another individual was a computer hacker who allegedly hacked into computer systems used by foreign governments, companies, and universities and created malware and supervised other hackers. Biden said he would receive a more fulsome briefing on the situation on Tuesday morning, and he spelled out differences between China's behavior and that emanating from Russia, which his administration is sought to punish through sanctions.
They just hate Russia. It's so funny.
They cannot do a story about hacking and not throw Russia in there. Quote, my understanding is that the Chinese government, not unlike the Russian government, is not doing this themselves, but are protecting those who are doing it, maybe even accommodating them being able to do it. That may be the difference, he said. What difference? He said they are doing the exact same thing. Hold on.
What?
My understanding is that the Chinese government, not unlike the Russian government, is not doing this themselves, but are protecting those who are doing it and maybe even accommodating them to be able to do it. That may be the difference. What difference is he referring to? Maybe this was just a bad quote from CNN.
Maybe. I don't know.
Because he's saying how they're the same and then says that's the difference.
The difference is they're exactly the same.
Might have just been a Biden blunder there. Close links to government, then Russia-based attacks. Yeah, and then they just go into the Russia thing and
I have
review everything we've already talked about.
I have a Congressional Research Service paper that I found from March 18th, 2021.
Okay.
And it's Confucius Institute in the U.S. Selected Issues. And in it here, it says the People's Republic of China's Confucius Institute, which offer Chinese language instruction in universities around the world, have been subject of controversy since appearing in the U.S. campuses, on U.S. campuses in 2005. Particularly for their perceived effects on academic freedom and lack of transparency. They've attracted further attention in recent years as the broader U.S.-China relationship has deteriorated. Some members of Congress and others have alleged that they may play a role in China's efforts to influence public opinion abroad, recruit, quote, influence agents on U.S. campuses, and engage in cyber espionage and intellectual property theft. There you go.
There you go. Okay.
So, yep, I think this is a big part of not just the government, but the universities are really fertile ground for, infiltration. China did a marvelous job in the last 15 to 20 years to do that. But anyway, sorry, go back to...
And this goes to bolster what we've been talking about for years, which is data and things like data in the cyber realm being... national resources. It's resources that bring value to a nation. And there has been some more news about the TikTok thing. Remember, TikTok got caught for sending all the information to China and started this whole international sort of, I don't know, almost its own Cold War just based on TikTok.
Yeah.
But all wrapped up in China spying and the data economy. And so Trump forced TikTok America to come under the care of Oracle, I believe was the receiver of that contract.
Yep.
And there's been some recent stories about how basically nothing changed. And it's all the data still going to China, and the Chinese, I believe it's Tencent or whatever, ByteDance, I think, still controls TikTok through the Oracle ownership.
When they announced Oracle as the winner, we knew it was nonsense because Oracle also is basically the cloud infrastructure for CERN, and CERN is like the biggest one world government type of tech machinery that exists. So great. Yeah, you gave it to an American company that facilitates the world's most expensive machine.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So I don't know. It hasn't really fit into a show recently, and nobody really cares about TikTok anymore. But
how dare you?
As we as we pontificated at the time, this means nothing, and China still has complete control of TikTok.
Yeah.
But all right. Well, so there you go. There's a little update on the cyber pandemic in China.
I was gonna go. Let me just switch over to. I'm gonna skip articles here and go to this Forbes article because I think it flows nicely from this one.
Okay.
This is Forbes.com. Got Bitcoin? Will buy Intel. U.S. government offers cryptocurrency bounty in radical new approach to fight cybercrime.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Kind of interesting.
So funny.
In what appears to be the first for the American government, the U.S. Department of State is offering to pay a cryptocurrency bounty worth up to $10 million, 315 Bitcoin at the time of this writing, in return for actionable intelligence about cyber attacks orchestrated by foreign governments. The federal agency, acting through the Rewards for Justice program operated by the Diplomatic Security Service, made the offer in a July 15th press statement. It said the payment would be provided to anyone who can give, quote, information leading to the identification or location of any person who, while acting at the direction or under the control of a foreign government, participates in malicious cyber activities against U.S. critical infrastructure.
Oh, this is great. They're trying to flip the hackers.
Yeah. The press statement then added, quote, reward payments may include payments in cryptocurrency.
May include. Interesting. Yeah, because if you're a hacker, you don't want the cash from the government.
I know.
And it's even more funny because this Bitcoin that they are offering, that the government is offering, this is Bitcoin that they've seized from other criminals.
Other cyber hacks.
Purchase Bitcoin to give it away. This is free money that they stole from other hackers, and they're using to reward other hackers. This is great.
An agency spokesperson confirmed to a taken aback CoinDesk that this does indeed mark, quote, the first time since its establishment in 1984 that the Rewards for Justice program has offered a reward payment in cryptocurrency, which is like the weirdest sentence.
Really weird way to put that.
Because cryptocurrency really hasn't been around until like the last 10 years, at least in the way it is. So it's like since 19, that would be like them saying the United States has for the first time since 1776 offered a quantum computer.
50 years. This is, I think they're going to get, I think they're going to get someone. This is easy money for a number of hackers.
It is. I thought it was indicative of a couple things. One, on one hand, it is kind of an admission that, hey, Bitcoin actually has value in terms of worldwide.
It is a weird admission, yeah.
I mean, they're saying that there's value there and it's a commodity or a currency at the very least.
Yeah.
And then secondly, it's kind of an admission that like the best people in cryptography are in cryptocurrency, and the U.S. government is just way behind on all this stuff. And they're like, hey, we have this whole the cyber criminal division, all this stuff. But really, we just need some hackers. Here's some Bitcoin. It's funny how
it's true. It's totally true. I've heard stories of people who are capable of hacking, whether they could be, identified as hackers is different.
Yeah.
Yes, but they have the skills needed for hacking, and the government tries to hire them. But the problem is, the true outlaws of today are hackers, because they can do whatever they want in cyberspace. And so, you try to go out and recruit some hackers to, the U.S. government where, you get drug tested, you have to show up for work, you're suddenly like liable for things, you have a boss, you have, some suits telling you what to do all the time. You got to clock in. You got to pay taxes. It's like antithetical to everything that is sort of wrapped up in the hacker ethos of sort of being a cyber cowboy. And so they cannot. They have had huge problems recruiting, competent hackers. And they're finally catching on. You just got to pay them Bitcoin. You can't hire them. You can't. You can't get them into some sort of system. You just got to give them Bitcoin for whatever you want from them.
Yeah. What if they start saying we don't want that dirty Bitcoin?
Who?
The hackers. Yeah.
Yeah. Then
we don't want Bitcoin that's been touched by the government. We know for sure that it's been tracked.
That is a really good point. Yeah. They would have to launder it. They would have to not launder it. They'd have to clean the Bitcoin after it comes from the government.
Wash it through the CoinJoin and
put it through Monero or something. Yeah.
Well, along those lines, I'm sorry, I'm skipping around a little bit, but I think
do your thing.
This is CNBC.com. How the U.S.
Loosey goosey, baby.
I know. CNBC. How the U.S. became the world's new Bitcoin mining hub.
Hey, since you're doing these, you should play the jingles.
Oh yeah. Huh. This is part of the Great Reset.
We need a great reset.
Learn to use the dark side.
Bitcoin go to moon.
It did go to the moon to 60-something thousand, and then it crashed back down. Part of the reason why was because China outlawed mining of Bitcoin, and a whole bunch of miners left the country, and a whole bunch of it is coming to America. And I feel like this is, I don't know, part of me feels like that's part of the Chinese infiltration as well.
Oh, China. Yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah.
Did you see the videos floating around?
Of what, the miners?
The miners taking down all their rigs in the big warehouses.
Yeah. There's a whole bunch of video. Yeah. So I'll just read the bullet points here because, we don't have to get into all the details here. Bullet point 1, the U.S. is the second biggest mining destination on the planet, accounting for nearly 17% of all world's Bitcoin miners. Prior to Beijing's sudden crackdown, China's mining dominance had already begun to slip. They had about 60%, by the way, before this whole thing. Marathon Digital's Fred Thiel, is that Peter Thiel's brother?
I was going to ask you.
Co-founder of PayPal, expects most new miners relocating to North America to be powered by renewables or gas that is offset by renewable energy credits. All part of the Great Reset. I find it fascinating because China is doing their digital yuan thing, their CBDC, and that's rolling out in China. So they're like, we got to get the Bitcoin out of here. But also, if we're going to get the Bitcoin out of here and the mining out of here, let's go to the U.S. where we can implement or be enforced by all the ESG type of stuff.
Yeah, well, that's the funny part. It's the Green New Deal, carbon credits, et cetera, that are drawing Bitcoin miners, as U.S. activists are saying Bitcoin mining is the most polluting blah, blah, blah in the world.
Yeah, it's not.
Well, we know that.
Yeah.
But it is a very interesting side effect of what they're trying to do with these carbon credits.
Yeah, and the ESG thing, we've discussed it before. The ecosystem, what is it? I'm totally blanking now. Environment. Thank you to my brain. Environment. S. What's the S? Social justice and governance.
Governance.
ESG, and the the effects that it might have on society. It's pretty freaky, and I don't think people realize how important that topic is. I know Adam Curry talked about it recently on Joe Rogan and stuff. But this next story here, I don't know. It sits very uncomfortable with me because I know people are saying like, oh, Bitcoin, forget Bitcoin. But it really might be just kind of a way to stave off a total lockdown of certain people in the United States. And maybe they know that's one way to destroy the U.S. is to, make sure some people don't have access to traditional banks. So you want to do this WND story real quick?
Yeah. Boop. Sorry, I was putting on some chapstick. I was coughing with my cough button. All right. WND, the headline reads, severely disabled Christian hero canceled by bank. So he creates own pro-life bank. Oh. Many conservative and Christian individuals and groups have been cut off, mostly without warning, by their banks or financial institutions in recent months. America First activist Lauren Witzke recently was the target of a campaign by Wells Fargo. The conservative Gab site also has been in the bull's eye. While mostly left unexplained, the indications are that those financial corporations are taking the actions because they disagree with the conservative messages being promoted. I disagree with that.
Well, it's sentiment. WND.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So Christian motivational speaker Nick Vujicic.
You don't know Nick Vujicic? Oh, dude, you gotta like watch his inspirational talks.
Nick Vujicic. He's the founder of Ministry of Life Without Limbs. Oh, he's the guy without limbs.
The guy without limbs. It like makes you cry because he's so inspirational. You know.
Yeah, I saw the picture of him leading like the Ukrainian president in the Lord's Prayer the other day.
Yeah.
Here he got the Ukrainian president saved or something. Anyways, so Christian motivational speaker Nick Vujicic, the founder of Ministry of Life Without Limbs, himself the target of an anti-Christian bank campaign, has announced the formation of a pro-life bank. Quote, I got kicked out of a bank with no warning. It froze my credit cards, froze my debit cards. They did a review of me as a client, and they don't want anything to do with me, he revealed on a recent episode of Epoch TV's Crossroads program, run by the Epoch Times. He noted that many banking corporations give philanthropically under social responsibility to causes that provide to the biggest abortion clinics in America. The new project won't do that. Quote, but we will actually fund 50% net profits to Judeo-Christian line nonprofit organizations that are biblically aligned and doing the will of God according to our belief systems, he said. He said the new business operations strategy known as environmental, social, and governance considerations is at fault. Those the ESG got him kicked out of his bank. Interesting. Yep. Which is interesting because that was sort of the more conspiratorial end game for a lot of people looking at ESG, was that this will be used to cut people out of the financial system.
That's what I'm saying, man. I don't think people are ready for that. Like I'm certainly like, if you and I just got locked out of our bank accounts and PayPal and stuff tomorrow, it would hurt a little bit. I mean, like I would have access to my crypto and we'd figure things out, but
it would be very inconvenient.
It would be very inconvenient. It would be a tough situation. So, yeah, I think people aren't thinking in those terms. And Nick Vujicic is very successful. So I think, people that have quite a bit of money are probably getting more of this, the eye of Sauron at the moment.
Right.
But it'll trickle down.
Those manipulations, he said, allow a person to be evaluated based on whether he or she goes along with a business's nonprofit causes or is environmentally friendly. Quote, if I own a V12 twin-turbo car, which I do, brag, I'm actually then harming the environment. I get categorized as a second-class citizen. It's going to be called carbon credits. And when we're going to be categorized on how harmful Nick is on the environment, socially based on what he believes and who he gives to, what he doesn't give to, he explained. The Times report explained, quote, according to the World Economic Forum, ESG considerations are the yardstick for stakeholder capitalism and will be essential for corporate success in the future. Yeah, there it is. Canary Cry listeners are not surprised at that statement at all.
Not at all.
Among factors that ESG considers are greenhouse gas emissions, size of land used, water consumption, air and water pollution. The bank's website explains it is not yet operational, but plans to be full-service FDIC-approved operation. He was, without explanation, born without limbs. Without explanation. Okay. Weird. He was without explanation, born without limbs, but at age 6, he was vacuuming rugs for an allowance, and by age 17, moved into the financial world, buying a home as an investment at age 19 and getting his bachelor's degree in financial planning and investments and accounting at age 21. Today, he lives in Dallas, Texas, with wife Canary and 4 children. He also is highly sought after motivational speaker. Okay, is the rest of this just an ad for this guy?
Yep.
Okay, it is. Yeah, we know the guy.
Yeah. He's one of those guys that's inspirational, but also it could have an opposite effect too. Like, what am I doing with my life? I have all my limbs and I am nothing.
Yes, I'm not very surprised. I'm not very, inspired. I feel like a letdown.
Yeah,
I have all these...
complete loser. This guy gets his degree, buys houses, gets all his stuff at age 19. You know what I was doing at 19?
I have all my limbs and I'm just a podcaster.
I'm almost 40 and I don't have some of these things going on that this dude with no limbs had at 19.
Yeah, well, there you go. He's very inspirational.
Yep.
Good job.
Good job, Nick. I appreciate it. Hopefully the bank thing works out. But maybe I'd be curious to know more about his eschatology. You know, I'm curious because he's a Christian. He's a follower of Jesus. So I wonder if these types of events cause one to read Revelation 13 a little bit differently.
Yeah, interesting.
Maybe we can get him on the show.
Come on, Nick. We need you. We need your people listen to us.
Inspiration. Okay, real quick, because I skipped it earlier. This is the Washington Post, and the headline: Private Israeli spyware used to hack cell phones of journalists, activists worldwide. NSO Group's Pegasus spyware licensed to governments around the globe can infect phones without a click.
Is this the second to last article we're reading?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't I do this one, because
Sure.
I'll give you the next one.
Sure. And this is extremely long, the article.
Yeah.
So I actually have, once you get past kind of the I don't even
part.
know. Yeah, but even then, it's pretty long. But yeah. Just go through it.
We'll take it till we get the point here.
Sure.
Yeah, but this is interesting. Private Israeli spyware used to hack cell phones of journalists, activists worldwide. Military-grade spyware licensed by an Israeli firm to governments for tracking terrorists and criminals was used in attempted and successful hacks of 37 smartphones belonging to journalists, human rights activists, business executives, and 2 women close to murdered Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi, according to an investigation by the Washington Post and 16 media partners. Ooh, who are these media partners? The phones appeared on a list of more than 50,000 numbers that are concentrated in countries known to engage in surveillance of their citizens and also known to have been clients of Israeli firm NSO Group, the worldwide leader in the growing and largely unregulated private spyware industry, the investigation found. The list does not identify who put the numbers on it or why, and it is unknown how many of the phones were targeted or surveilled. But forensic analysis of the 37 smartphones shows that many display a tight correlation between timestamps associated with a number on the list and the initiation of surveillance, in some cases as brief as a few seconds. Forbidden Stories, a Paris-based journalism nonprofit, and Amnesty International, a human rights group, had access to the list and shared it with the news organizations, which did further research and analysis. Amnesty's security lab did the forensic analysis on the smartphones. The numbers on the list are unattributed, but reporters were able to identify more than 1,000 people spanning more than 50 countries through research and interviews on 4 continents. Several Arab royal family members, at least 65 business executives, 85 human rights activists, 189 journalists, and more than 600 politicians and government officials. Oopsie daisies. Oh no. Including cabinet ministers, diplomats, and military and security officers. The numbers of several heads of state and prime ministers also appear on the list. Among the journalists whose numbers appear on the list, which dates to 2016, are reporters working overseas for several leading news organizations, including a small number from CNN, the Associated Press, Voice of America, the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Bloomberg News, Le Monde in France, and Financial Times in London, and Al Jazeera in Qatar. The targeting of the 37 smartphones would appear to conflict with the stated purpose of NSO's licensing of the Pegasus spyware, which the company says is intended only for use in surveilling terrorists and major criminals. The evidence extracted from these smartphones revealed here for the first time calls into question pledges by the Israeli company to police its clients for human rights abuses. The media consortium, titled the Pegasus Project, analyzed the list through interviews and forensic analysis of the phones and by comparing details with previously reported information about NSO. Amnesty's security lab examined 67 smartphones where attacks were suspected. Of those, 23 were successfully infected and 14 showed signs of attempted penetration. For the remaining 30, the tests were inconclusive, in several cases because the phones had been replaced. 15 of the phones were Android devices, none of which showed evidence of successful infection. However, unlike iPhones, Androids do not log the kinds of information required for Amnesty's detective work. That's an interesting detail. Yeah. 3 Android phones showed signs of targeting, such as Pegasus-linked SMS messages. Amnesty shared backup copies. Here we go. Amnesty shared backup copies of data on 4 iPhones with Citizen Lab, which confirmed that they showed signs of Pegasus infection. Citizen Lab, a research group at the University of Toronto that specializes in studying Pegasus, also conducted a peer review of Amnesty's forensic methods and found them to be sound. In lengthy responses for publication, NSO called the investigation's findings exaggerated and baseless. So you know it's true. It also, what do you mean it's baseless? They found all the evidence of your Pegasus software on it. It
can't be exaggerated and baseless.
That's a good point. It cannot be exaggerated and baseless. It's either baseless or exaggerated from its base. Yeah. It also said it does not operate the spyware license to its clients and, quote, has no insight into their specific intelligence activities. After publication, NSO chief executive Shalev Julio expressed concern in a phone interview with the Post about some of the details he had read in Pegasus Project Stories Sunday, while continuing to dispute that the list of more than 50,000 phone numbers had anything to do with NSO or Pegasus. Quote, the company cares about journalists and activists and civil society in general. Yeah, he's afraid of their ESG score going down. This is not good for your ESG score. Quote, we understand that in some circumstances, our customers might misuse the system, and in some cases, like we reported in NSO's Transparency and Responsibility Report, we have shut down systems for customers who have misused the system. He said that in the past 12 months, NSO had terminated 2 contracts over allegations of human rights abuses, but he declined to name the countries involved. Quote, every allegation about misuse of the system is concerning to me, he said. Quote, it violates the trust that we give customers. We are investigating every allegation. NSO
This is the best part, yeah.
Yeah.
I have the highlighted.
NSO describes its customers as 60 intelligence, military, and law enforcement agencies in 40 countries. Although it will not confirm the identity of any of them, citing client confidentiality obligations, the consortium found many of the phone numbers in at least 10 country clusters, which were subjected to deeper analysis. Azerbaijan, Bahrain, Hungary, India, Kazakhstan, Mexico, Morocco, Rwanda. Oh, this is not a great list so far. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. Jeez, notorious human rights abusing countries.
You know, that's the thing that's insane is that this one company is able to be, this is kind of similar to social media where like everybody from around the world uses it. And then, when they facilitate certain things, they're like, well, we don't know the clients. It's just
it's in today's climate, and they're basically arms dealers. They're cyber arms dealers. This is similar to like any arms dealer in the world. Like, yeah, of course I sold guns to Azerbaijan, Bahrain, Hungary, India.
We didn't tell them how to use it or what
Mexico,
to do with
Morocco.
it.
We told them it's only to shoot terrorists, okay? It's not our fault that they did other stuff. That's outside of our user license agreement. We did not know that Rwanda, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates would use our guns to against anyone but terrorists. It's not our fault. This is really egregious.
I know, it's bad.
Yeah, this is really bad.
Wow. So I have a few things highlighted here. That sentence right there with the intelligence agencies in the list was something I had highlighted.
Yeah.
And then here, beyond the personal intrusions made possible by smartphone surveillance, the widespread use of spyware has emerged as a leading threat to democracies worldwide, critics say. Journalists under surveillance cannot safely gather sensitive news without endangering themselves and their sources. Opposition politicians cannot plot their campaign strategies without those in power anticipating their moves. Human rights workers cannot work with vulnerable people, some of whom are victims of their own government, without exposing them to renewed abuse. This is all part, it feels like part of the Great Reset, doesn't it? And the cyber pandemic.
Yeah, but elaborate.
Because if all the systems at play, journalists, human rights workers, all these people have some kind of, if the system they're using now is broken, or at least through this one company is not working, then we need new systems in place that are more transparent and, whatever. ESG can slip right in, their initiatives can slip right. Hey, this NSO facilitated human rights violations.
Yeah,
we will come into.
It's justification to enforce ESG on this company specifically and send a message to the rest of the companies like them.
Right. They quote Timothy Summers here. Who is this guy? Sorry. I just have stuff highlighted. This is nasty software, like eloquently nasty.
Yes.
Said Timothy Summers. Here he is, former cybersecurity engineer at a U.S. intelligence agency and now director of IT at Arizona State University. With it, quote, one could spy on almost the entire world population. There's not anything wrong with building technologies that allow you to collect data. It's necessary sometimes. But humanity is not in a place where we can have that much power just accessible to anybody. This dude.
Was it Pegasus that got Bezos? Remember when Bezos's phone got hacked?
It might have been. Pegasus does sound familiar. I think we did cover something with Pegasus.
We've covered Pegasus in the past couple of years. I mean, this is a very well-known software. And if I remember correctly, it's basically you infect a phone by phishing. Mm-hmm. You just send you send a text message and you click a link. And if the person clicks the link, it gets the Pegasus software in there. So be very careful what links you open in text messages, just in general. That's just a general rule. But yeah, it was because it was, and I don't know. Okay, we could look it up, but it was one of these countries. It was like the Saudi Arabia or something like that. Jeff Bezos got a text message from like one of his own contacts in Saudi Arabia or the Arab Emirates, remember? And he clicked on the link that like this, whatever. Look, this is not the facts. I'm not trying to start a libel. I'm shooting from the hip. I'm trying to recall these facts from years ago. It was something like a Saudi prince sent him a text and Jeff Bezos clicked on a link.
Ooh.
And it was all wrapped up in Bezos trying to expand services into the Middle East. So that's why he had this contact. They were talking, and this contact took the opportunity to infect Jeff Bezos's phone with Pegasus, and then extracted some nude photos of him and tried to use it as blackmail in the dealings with expanding Amazon into the Middle East. That was a whole big story. That was maybe 4 years ago when that happened.
Well, he's going to space tomorrow. He can leave his troubles behind.
Yeah, he seemed to survive that little whoopsie doodles.
Yeah. Thomas Clare, he's a libel attorney hired by NSO, said this, quote, NSO Group has good reason to believe that this list of thousands of phone numbers is not a list of numbers targeted by governments using Pegasus, but instead may be part of a larger list of numbers that might have been used by NGO Group customers for other purposes. Wow.
NSO Group.
Lawyer talk.
Yeah, that is lawyer talk.
In response to follow-up questions, NSO called the 50,000 number exaggerated and said it was far too large to represent numbers targeted by its clients. Based on the questions it was being asked, NSO said it had reason to believe that the consortium was basing its findings, quote, on misleading interpretation of leaked data from accessible and overt basic information, such as HLR lookup services, which have no bearing on the list of customers' targets of Pegasus or any other NSO products. We still do not see any correlation of these lists to anything related to use of NSO group technologies.
You know what's funny?
Yeah.
Is it doesn't matter.
I know.
It doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, they're trying
it
to.
Doesn't matter if that number is correct. Doesn't matter if anything. That is a PR department scrambling to take control of the narrative when the damage is already done. The damage is done. We know that NSO exists, which companies like this, they like to stay secret. We know they exist. We know they're selling basically modern age weaponry to pretty sketchy countries.
Well, listen to this though, because they're like, well, no, that information is from the HLR lookup service. Well, what is the HLR lookup service? It's HLR Home Location Register, refers to a database that is essential to operating cellular phone networks. Such registers keep records on the networks of cell phone users and their general locations, along with other identifying information that is used routinely in routing calls and texts. HLR lookup services operate on the SS7 system that cellular carriers use to communicate with each other. The services can be used as a step towards spying on targets. So, okay, they're trying to say like, no, it's a list of this thing, and it's like, well, that thing is the very thing it's the very thing that allows for different services to communicate and track you and everything.
Yeah, again,
it's just funny.
That's not victims of our guns. That's victims of our grenades. So that is fake news. You got those numbers all wrong. You mixed up the guns and grenades victims.
Yeah. Telecommunications security expert Karsten Knoll, a chief scientist for security research labs in Berlin, said, quote, "It's not difficult to get that access given the resources of NSO. I'd be crazy to assume that they don't have SS7 access from at least a dozen countries," Knoll said. Quote, "From a dozen countries, you can spy on the rest of the world." Pegasus was engineered a decade ago by Israeli ex-cyber spies with government-honed skills. The Israeli Defense Ministry must approve any license to a government that wants to buy it, according to previous NSO statements. Quote, "As a matter of policy, the state of Israel approves the export of cyber products exclusively to governmental entities for lawful use, and only for the purpose of preventing and investigating crime and counterterrorism under end-user certificates provided by the acquiring government," a spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Establishment said Sunday. Quote, "In cases where exported items were used in violation of export licenses or end-user certificates, appropriate measures are taken. A number of about a dozen American working overseas were discovered on the list, in all but one case while using phones registered to foreign cellular networks." There's this quote here. Quote, "There is just nothing from an encryption standpoint to protect against this," said Claudio Guarnieri, a.k.a. Nex, the Amnesty Security Lab's 33-year-old Italian researcher who developed and performed the digital forensics on 37 smartphones that showed evidence of Pegasus attacks.
Interesting. That sounds like a fancy quote from him. He's saying there's nothing from an encryption standpoint to protect against this. Yeah, correct, because it's a phishing attack.
Yeah.
It's you click on a link, you are basically allowing opening the door to letting the software in. No encryption can get past a human being allowing the software in the door.
This is such a weird quote about this guy. "The sense of helplessness makes Granariari," this guy who goes by Nex, "who often dresses head to toe in black, feel as useless as a 14th century doctor confronting the Black Plague without any useful medication. Quote, primarily, I'm here just to keep the death count," he said. Whoa, dude.
Wow, that is intense. Very poetic. Yeah, well, I mean, that goes back to the discussion we were having before with the entire cyber pandemic, which is, all these ransomware attacks and this Pegasus, but including it's like 90% of hacks are not hacks in sort of like a cool way where you got a hacker sitting at a computer and like doing some ninja hacking, getting past the firewall. No, 90% of hacks is you send someone a link, and try to trick them into clicking on the link. And when they do, you get access to the thing. It's mostly social engineering.
Yeah.
Most of hacking is social engineering.
Most of it is, yeah.
And so this is like really another tick on the list, on the checklist for Great Reset cyber pandemic.
Oh, yeah. This is a big one, I think. This is huge.
When in reality, all that really needs to be done is public education to not click on links that are sent to you. Like a simple seminar where, we have all these, what is it? You have the critical race theory seminars. You've got the diversity seminars. You've got the social justice seminars that all your employees have to go to. They go through hours of this training to just be sensitive and not be racist. You just have the similar seminar, teach your people not to click on random links that are sent to them, and you can avoid 90% of hacks. But the problem is that if the public realized that it was that simple to cut down on these hacks, then you can't instigate the Great Reset, ESG, cyber pandemic, global reset, new world order.
Yeah, we got to start wrapping this up. We're gonna go 5 hours of it.
Take us home, baby.
All
Take
right.
us to the Nephilim update. We're done with this.
Okay. Well, there's a Mexican guy who says stuff too at the end, but there you go. That's the. I mean, this is super long.
If the Mexican guy says it, we gotta listen. What does he say?
Oh, you got me to. I just scrolled away from it.
Oh, we don't need it. Whatever you want.
Pegasus is very useful for fighting organized crime, said Guillermo Valdez Castellanos, head of Mexico's domestic intelligence agency, CISEN, from 2006 to 2011. Quote, but the total lack of checks and balances in Mexican agencies means it easily ends up in private hands and is used for political and personal gain.
Yeah, of course.
And then one of the people that got caught up on the list was Carmen Aristegui, one of the most prominent investigative journalists in the country and regular contributor to CNN.
Oh.
And he has a quote. Pegasus is something that comes to your office, your home, your bed, every corner of your existence.
Your bed.
Aristegui said, quote, it is a tool that destroys the essential codes of civilization.
What in the world?
Do you think they're getting ready for a great reset cyber pandemic or what?
Yeah. Aristegui is on board and he is getting paid. He's getting paid well.
It is the end of civilization.
Holy
moly. All right.
Threatens the very codes of civilization.
Codes of civilization. Like, whoa, man.
Louise.
Wow. Okay. We're going to wrap things up with a Nephilim update.
Nephilim update. Nephilim update. Nephilim update.
A few episodes ago, we brought you a Nephilim update about Iris. That's IRYS. A celebrity virtual avatar that's a Nephilim. It's a half demon, half angel, and immediately got like 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. Just crazy. And she, I will use the word she because it is a cyber thing, was live streaming yesterday. And
real quick,
yes,
I do need to make a comment. We've been following these virtual celebrities. These are like influencers that are created by a company,
like a team of people. Yeah,
a team of people. It's run by a whole thing, and a lot of them have been pretty incredible. They got they'll put together a little CGI person. They've got some motion tracking. You'll have somebody actually acting. This is the laziest, like, fake influencer I've ever seen. It's just like a anime character. It doesn't move, doesn't do anything.
No, she moves.
Does it move?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me see then.
Okay.
Continue. Sorry.
All right. So she played the game called Mother Simulator: How to Stop a Baby from Crying 101 for 2.5 hours.
Great.
And
sounds realistic. Sounds like a realistic simulator.
Remember, she's a Nephilim. And I think she gives herself away here.
Wait.
She's trying to powder a baby here.
There we go. Yeah.
Trying to...
Yeah, it's dry now, right? Yeah. Do you need more? Here. There we
so
go.
weird.
There we go. See? All good. All clean. And then put this on here. See? Oh, happy baby! Happy baby! Yep. Baby is well seasoned. Yep. Looks delicious now, right? Mm-hmm. Delicious. Okay, that sounds wrong.
you stepped on it.
A delicious little baby.
She says delicious little baby.
Oh, there's an NEPHILIM.
Happy baby!
You gotta hear it.
Happy baby! Yep. Baby is well seasoned. Yep. Looks delicious now, right? Mm-hmm. Delicious looking baby. Okay, that sounds wrong.
Oh my gosh.
Vaccination.
I don't know, man. It's weird and creepy.
Normalization of Nephilims eating babies.
Virtual baby eating Nephilim. Live streaming on your YouTube. Make sure you track what your kids are watching on the YouTubes, because they could be watching Nephilim baby eating avatars.
You do know that this isn't a real person, right?
What?
I was just trying to replicate some of the criticisms that you've gotten following this story. Wow. All right. Well, there you go. Anything else before we wrap up here?
No, we need to get out of here. This is the longest show. I don't even think we're going to be able to upload this thing. It's not going to allow us to upload.
Oh my gosh, 4.5 hours?
Yeah.
We've made a huge mistake. We got to get out of here.
We need to get out.
All right, everybody. There you go. Thanks for tuning in to this episode. Let's see. We will be back on Wednesday, July 21st. We'll be back here. So make sure you are subscribed. Make sure you put on your calendar. I'm telling you, Face Like the Sun, folks, there is no guarantee we'll be on Face Like the Sun. So make sure to follow youtube.com/CanaryCry News Talk. But even better, head to CanaryCry.Party. Follow us everywhere, and especially remember to subscribe on your favorite podcatcher there. That's all very important information. I want to thank our producers for this episode 364 of Canary Cry News Talk. And those producers are our executive producer, Elijah P. Thank you very much, Elijah. And thanks to our producers, Laura E., Kathy G., Hannah, Marcy T., John K., Cherie H., Robert G., Tammy C., Grace, Sir Casey the Shield Knight, Malik W., Tristan H., Scott K., James G., Kim W., and Gail M. Of course, thank you to our timestampers, our jingle makers, our artists, everybody who makes this show possible. It's truly an international team of producers making this show happen 3 times a week. And make sure to tune in. Like I said, our next episode, Wednesday the 21st, that'll be episode 365. 365, guys. 365. That's a number. That's okay.
That is a number. You're right.
Well, of course, it's the number of days in a year. It's some sort of milestone. That's fun. Maybe we should have some sort of 365. I don't know what I'm doing. But make sure to remember that we will need producers for next show, for Wednesday's show. So if you want to become a producer, maybe you haven't become a producer yet, consider doing it for Wednesday's show, episode 365, a full year of Canary Cry News Talk shows. Wow. You could play one episode every day for an entire year. Do it. Our new,
See ya
Canary Cry yearly challenge.
Next year, yeah.
Yeah, so you can become a producer. Do so by heading over to patreon.com/CCNT for Canary Cry News Talk, patreon.com/CCNT, or even better, head on over to CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
Woo! Woo! That's right. CanaryCry.Radio.com/support. Go there. It's awesome. Support the show in a number that is meaningful to you. You saw during today's episode, it's those funky numbers with explanations that bring a lot of meaning to your producership and, of course, keep the show going. So I can't wait to see what you guys come up with for next episode. But there's plenty of ways to support the show if financially supporting the show is not in the cards for you. If you're a creative person, an artist, a musician, whatever you do, you can create art, create jingles, create music. We'll be playing some tunes at the end of the show here, all created by producers. You can create something for the show by the producers of the show. Send it on in to CanaryCryRadio@gmail.com if you like it easy, or CanaryCryRadio@protonmail.com if you like to keep it a secret. We can't wait to see what you guys put together for next episode. Artists, come on now. We got to step it up a little bit. It's been a little light on the art. Our dames and knights have been keeping the artistic flow going, and you never know when somebody might be inspired to help you out with your knighthood. I'm not trying to set up expectations, just saying how it's been going. Let's see here. How else can you support the show? Oh, you can support the show by leaving ratings and reviews. That's right. On Friday, I'll be reading ratings and reviews. I'm a little nervous, Gons, because usually over the weekend, we'll get 2 or 3 ratings or reviews. We've only gotten 1 since last Friday, which is fine. There's still time. There's still time to make it to 5 by the end of the week. But if you have not left a rating and a review, put those in soon, because we're trying to hit a quota of 5 ratings and reviews by Friday. I will read them on the show. It's always a blast. And those ratings and reviews, they activate algorithms that Gons and I have no control over. We cannot do anything to encourage those algorithms to share the show. But when you, dear listener, leave a rating and a review on Apple Podcasts, it activates those algorithms, shares the show with people around the world, and you never know if your review is the thing that activates the algorithms and people find the show because of your review. It's a great opportunity, and it only takes a couple of minutes. If you have an Apple product, here's the easiest way to do it. Whether it's an iPhone or an iPad or whatever, or even a computer from Apple, just search your device for Apple Podcasts. It's a little purple icon. Click on that, search for Canary Cry News Talk, subscribe to it, and then leave a rating and a review. It takes about 2 minutes, and it really helps out the show. We are incredibly grateful, and we are shooting to stay with our 5 review quota for this week. I'm getting nervous, but I believe you guys will follow through. Thank you very much. You can also help out the show by sharing it. Share it on your social media. Just hit that little share button. We're trying to get as many people as possible to subscribe to the backup channel, youtube.com/CanaryCry News Talk. But it's just an easy thing to do. Share the show. You never know when some internet person will come across it because of you, and they will be so grateful that you've given them their new favorite podcast. But it's not just online. You got friends and family who are starting to wake up to the fact that the world is not what it seems. And we like to think we've created a safe space for people who aren't necessarily trying to get screamed at by Alex Jones or get into some crazy territory. No. We just want to start out by reading the mainstream news, analyzing it, deconstructing it, identifying the trends and the manipulations, and just helping ourselves and others see how the world is being spoon-fed to us and what we can do about it. Your friends and family will thank you. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not the next day, but someday there will become a reckoning where they will thank you for sharing the show with them. We like to call it rattling cages, and if you need any more instructions, here's what you do. You walk right up to them, you grab them by the cage, and then you shake it.
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages. Hey, stop that! You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy. Leave the bird alone. Never. Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
That's right. Just ask Noah. Gons, any last words?
No. Thank you, everybody. Have an awesome evening and day tomorrow.
Those are words.
I need air. I need air.
Yeah.
It's so warm in here.
I know.
Sweaty.
All right, everybody. Thanks for tuning in to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Make sure to tune in next time. But until then, think outside the cage.
Feed him more. 120 days. Keep yapping, man. Anytime.
Everybody loves waffles.
Vaccinations.
I know how to change the way the public thinks of me. Step 1, amass a vast media empire.
Keep yapping, man.
You're under arrest for crimes against science.
1001. Amen.
I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment.
Vaccinations.
They've been creating animal-human hybrids for decades.
Give me a break. Come on, man.
Remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold. Buy!
I want to shake things up, shake things up. I want to shake things up, shake things up. Leave the bird alone. I want to stir up some controversy. I want to rattle a few cages. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. A crusader for the little guy. Well, we'll see about that.
Whatever, Illuminati.
In the future, humans will be confined in a people's zoo.
I'll keep you safe and warm in my people's zoo.
Burn it all.
I'll keep you safe and warm now in my people's zoo.
And melt those babies into candles.
You in my people's zoo. I'll keep the cameras on in my people's zoo.
It will kill.
I'll keep the cameras on now in my people's zoo.
Demonic power.
You in my people's zoo.
Are you even woke?
They are scum.
You can't handle the truth.
I tried to tell you. It's all coming together.
Where are the aliens?
I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo. I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo. You in my people's zoo.
I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo.
Do not come back, you Nazi psychopaths.